Go.
Hello, welcome to our next installment of the Chicago Black Social Culture Map. I am Maida McNeil, one of the co-founders of the map. And today we have a special half-day program that is all about tracing the Latinx dance floor in Chicago house and dance music. While the Chicago Black Social Culture Map is primarily about documenting the stories and cultural heritage of Black culture from the Great Migration forward in our social spaces. We also pay attention to and understand the intersection of other cultural influences and their importance to the creation and evolution of all of our social culture and especially dance music. So today we are going to have several DJ sets and several panels that are co-curated by David Chavez and Jesse De La Pina. We will start right now with our first DJ set. And I'm going to introduce DJ Cqqchifruit, who is now a Chicago multidisciplinary artist, originally from Florida. Of Cuban and Puerto Rican heritage. And she is also one half of the party and production company Chapiteca. And she and her partner, La Spacer, will be in conversation later on today, but we will start right now with her DJ set. So on to DJ Cqqchifruit.
You can still hear me?
Hi, can I go ahead and start?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Are you sure your microphone's on? Cool. Yeah, I did. Oh. Can you go now?
Yes.
Thank you.
One second.
Kai, can you still hear me? Really? Oh, wait, no.
parar por amor. Por amor. Vamos a parar por amor. Amor, no te preocupes. Quiero ser la mujer que tú deseas ahora. No hay necesidad para preocuparse. Te voy a dar mi amor como tú lo deseas. Ay, te quiero. Te quiero. No pares.
somos salvajes. Guapachoso. Donde les duele. Ay, qué rico, negra. Ay, qué rico, negra, sabroso, sabrosísimo. Ay, qué rico, negra. El ritmo más bueno, más bárbaro. ¡Qué barbaridad!
¡Herda, viejo Davey! ¿Qué más? ¿Sabes con quién me encontré en la esquina? Con la hembrita del Pato Lucas. Pa' que la des por ahí.
Ay, qué rico, negra. Ay, qué rico, negra, ¡qué barbaridad! ¡Más bárbaro! ¡Más bárbaro!
Oh, that's what we heard.
Keep thugging, baby, just don't stop. just don't stop. We thuggin', baby, 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 just don't stop.
You're muted, Maida.
All right, we getting it together. We getting it together. Starting off a little something today. Anyway, thank you, Cqqchifruit. That was a hot set. Really glad to have you with us today. And we are going to begin our first conversation. If you can go ahead and let them in, Joe. We're going to begin our first conversation moderated by David Chavez, who's one of our co-curators today. And the first panel is about tracing these early roots in the 1980s. David, are you here? Hey, David.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, all right. It's good to have you all here. So we've got David, we've got DJ Lugo, we've got DJ Phatman, and we've got Louie Gomez. So it's wonderful to all have you here today. I'm gonna shift this over to David, who is a curator himself, festival organizer, music lover, and all of that, musician. And he's going to lead this conversation, all right? I will see you all on the other side.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is David Chavez. I work for the Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, and I founded the Chicago House Music Festival that was supposed to be celebrating 5 years this year, but we ended up going virtual, as most did everything else. And I just want to take a moment and just thank, Maida McNeil for the invite to be a part of this, Joe and everyone at Honey Pot Performances and the Chicago Black Culture Map for the invitation again, as well as everyone else who's involved in this. It's a great, great initiative. And I'm really, really happy to be here with some excellent panelists. I've had conversations with these guys over the last couple of weeks, and there's a lot sort of to cover here. What we're going to be sort of talking about is like the Latinx contribution in house music from the beginning until sort of the late 80s, early 90s. You know, we're going to be talking about places, people, things. There's a lot to cover, a lot of contributions that I've been discovering, and probably won't get to everything, but I think that this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And so it's just sort of like, as we keep talking about these things, more will be highlighted, I think, as things progress. And so I just want to introduce, first and foremost, our guests. First, I'm going to introduce Louie Gomez. He's from the Chicago South Side. He's been involved in the Chicago house music scene since the beginning. He's a house music pioneer who stepped into the stage of dance music history by discovering a then unknown Jamie Principle, who you may or may not be familiar with, going on to produce the original dub vocal mix of Jamie's Your Love. This plus another original from Louie called Change became staples in Frankie Knuckles' DJ sets at the Warehouse and Power Plant nightclubs. In 2015, he launched a new label called Basement Tapes Records with Jesse Rivera. So thanks for being with us, Louie.
Thank you. Thanks for
yeah, next we're going to introduce Lugo Rosado, who's from Chicago's Northwest Side. He's been spinning since 1977. He's one of the pioneers of Latin house and house music in Chicago. A lot of what we heard earlier from Cqqchifruit started, I think, with this man here, the Latin house sort of sound. He's a producer, remixer, member of the production team Master C&J, who produced and was an onstage band for Latinx vocalist Liz Torres, who you may or may not know. For which he traveled and performed all over the place, and including regularly at the Paradise Garage in New York, the famous Paradise Garage. He recently collaborated again with Jesse Jones from Master C&J to form 51st Street Music. So thank you, Lugo, for being with us today.
Welcome.
And then our last guest panelist for today is going to be Jose Torres Jr., aka DJ Phatman. He's another North Sider who began his career in the early to mid 80s. He joined the Chicago Cutting Crew DJ team with Sly Hula Hula Fox and Jack Master J, which was embedded really in the massive Northwest Side house scene that was happening here in the mid 80s. He's produced events, he's provided sound systems for a lot of events, other production to countless house happenings, and even into the early rave scene. He was a part of that behind the scenes in the early to mid 90s. He's using this time to recharge and get back into the studio to focus on music production for next year. So thank you, Jose, for being with us. I think you're muted, Jose.
Go through this again.
Ah, there you go.
How are they working? We went through this last time.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
So, yeah, just to kick off the conversation, there's a few things that I sort of learned along the way, and I think it kind of all starts with like the mobile disco scene of the 70s, and a lot of my understanding is that a lot of DJs, a lot of record labels, a lot of producers sort of came out of this scene in Chicago in the Northwest Side. And I just wanted to really quick touch base with Lugo and Jose to just talk a little bit about what is a mobile disco. And it's important because it's sort of pre-house, it's sort of what house comes out of. House is really like the disco's revenge, if you will. It's sort of the direct descendant of disco. And so this is a very important piece of the history. Maybe Lugo, you want to start and just give us sort of a idea of what a mobile disco is?
Sure. You know, like when I first started off, I was during grade school. So it was just a collaboration of different people that had equipment, and we do these basement parties or school events, and each one of us would bring a piece of equipment. and you know, it evolved. So you know, we started doing these parties, and we found a way to make money. So you know, eventually, some of these parties we charge an entrance fee, sell soda, um, you know, and that's sort of like where you know the mobile end of it started, because from that, you know, people started calling you out to do other events or parties, and you could charge a fee.
Yeah. And Jose, you got your start by sort of being mentored by someone out of a mobile disco. Is that right?
Yeah, actually, from Nelson Littlehouse Torres. His brother was CEO of Moonlight Traveling Disco. So back in the days, that's basically what mobile DJs did, was basically get banquet halls and other venues to throw, you know, parties and get people to come out.
And I think you mentioned to me this one DJ that was really prominent on the scene back in the day, who came out of this too, Miss Mystery. You remember, Jose?
Yeah. Lourdes is her real name. I was originally from Bucktown back in the 80s when I went to grammar school at Kashmir Pulaski. So she was the first female DJ that I saw like in 1982. I didn't start mine until 83. So seeing someone, you know, at that early age and having Nelson to mentor me, and being able to see all the DJ gear that was available right in front of me, because Nelson's brother, Frank Torres, you know, kind of geared me to do what I'm doing now.
All right. And Louie, you as a Southsider, were these things happening in the South Side too that you know of, like for Latinx folks?
Well, the scene that I hung out on, it was predominantly a black scene here on the South Side. I was hanging out with people like Lori Branch, Craig Loftus. We were going to all the Chosen Few parties. That's where I got the bug to start DJing, and I did start as a mobile DJ first, DJing at high school, at banquet halls, and some bars that would have teen nights here in Blue Island and the Calumet Park area. So yeah, I was on a slightly different scene because it was the South Side. But yeah, I started as mobile.
I kind of been learning that, like, within the overall house sort of umbrella in Chicago, there were sort of smaller scenes that were operating simultaneously in the Northwest Side, the South Side, the West Side. And so this is interesting. And you actually have an interesting story also about Jamie Principle, and how that all started. Why don't you tell us about that?
Sure. I'd love to. Jamie and I met back in like 1980, I believe, 81. We just met by chance at a mall, and I just struck up a conversation with him. He's a really interesting looking guy. And then through our conversations, I discovered that we had a lot of in common as far as musical taste go. And we became quick friends. And he was a really like closed guy. Like, he didn't share a lot, but as we developed trust between each other, he started to share his music with me, his original songs that he would record on a 4-track recorder. And he was great. I mean, he was such a good musician, a great songwriter. But there's one song that he played for me called Your Love that I just thought would work really well on a dance floor. And I put the seed in his ear. I'm like, hey, let me remix this. Let me make an extended dance track off of this. Not thinking anything would come of it. Well, a couple of months later, and this is probably like 1981, he invited me into the studio, Soto Sound Studios, which is, I think, like Evanston, Illinois, to come in and remix the track. So I drove all the way up there one night and did this extended, like 9-minute extended vocal dub mix. And it was exciting. I mean, got to let all the creative juices flowing. We recorded it on a reel-to-reel tape, and I took a copy of that to the record pool that I belonged to. I belonged to IRS Record Pool over on Plymouth Court that was owned by Paul Wiseman, I believe. And Frankie Knuckles belonged to the same record pool. And I knew that because I would run into him from time to time, although I didn't know him other than him being the DJ at the Warehouse, which we went to every Saturday night. So I waited around for him and I gave him a copy of Your Love, my remix on the reel-to-reel tape. And I asked him, I said, listen to this, take a listen. Well, that Saturday, I went to the warehouse with my friends, and in the middle of the night, all of a sudden, all the lights turned off and this arpeggio came in, and I recognized it as the intro to Your Love, the mix that I had just done the week before. And it was crazy. And I'm jumping up and down on the dance floor trying to tell my friends, like, this is the track, this is the track. And they had no idea what I was talking about, because we really didn't have that vernacular, like, tracks and remixes. Like that was done by other people, not by us. And it was just thoroughly enjoyable to watch the dance floor just erupt when that beat came in, because it was like a minute and a half intro with just the arpeggio and then the bass line, and then the drum finally kicks in and everyone went crazy. Well, Frankie played that version for the next year every Saturday night, sometimes twice a night, and he made an anthem out of my remix, and I was just floored by that. Eventually, he asked me to meet Jamie. Jamie was kind of a recluse. He didn't really go out a lot. I think he had like a very strict upbringing, but I finally got him to come down to the warehouse with me, and met Frankie, and Frankie took him back in the studio and re-recorded the song. So it came out differently by the time it hit vinyl. So my version never got released on vinyl. So it's out there somewhere. I think Erasmo Rivera has it, but it's floating around somewhere. That's my story with Jamie.
So your version is the one that people fell in love with and went crazy for at the warehouse.
Yeah, it's like that thing that everyone's looking for. And I've been trying to get in touch with Erasmo, and it's been impossible. Like, doesn't return any phone calls or anything like that. But, he and I, we're great friends. And after Frankie passed away, it's like he just shut down. It's like, no more time. So
we'll get back to Erasmo a little bit later.
Okay.
But did anybody else, Lugo, did you ever go to the warehouse as well? Or was that sort of a slightly different scene?
I wasn't, I knew about it, but I never got to it. The only time I would go out was like when I was, because I was younger, I was like in my early teens, and the only way I can get out was with my sister. So my sister would sneak me into the bars like Coconuts, and because she knew back then, if you knew the door guy, she was very charismatic. So, and that's how I got to learn a lot about the club scenes too. Through my sister, she would take me out. And,
well, I was going to the warehouse when I was 17, and I had a fake ID that said I was 35.
35, that's a stretch.
When I got to the door, Robert Williams is at the door, and he looks at this ID and then looks at me like, what? Right. Really, Queen? Please. But he let me in anyway,
I'm sure you weren't the only one.
I think,
but Lugo, you brought...
sorry. I ended up going to the power plant. That's how I...
Oh, the power plant, yeah.
I got to meet Frankie, Erasmo, and some of the other guys, Craig, and I really got to see the scene there. Although I used to spin at a place called it was a teen club in the South Side. It was called the Playground, and Farley was the main DJ, resident DJ there. It was on Michigan Avenue.
Yeah, that was Craig Thompson's place.
Yeah. So it was it was it was a teen club, and it was a big old warehouse, and they would do parties, and it was all the DJs which DJ there, like Jesse Saunders and little Jesse Velez, myself.
So the teen club is something interesting, because it's something that we don't really have right now, but it was a huge thing. It was a huge part of like adolescent nightlife, adolescent activities, right? Like youth activities in the 80s. And I mean, even in the early 90s when I was going to a hall around my neighborhood, that sort of is what reminds me of like what might have been happening back then. But can you tell us more, like, how big was the teen club scene, and how big was like the audience that was going to these things, and name some of these places that may have been popular, you might have frequented or DJ'd at?
Who's that question directed to?
Could be Lugo, and then anyone else wants to jump in.
Okay.
Well, you know, the most popular club on the North Shore side was a place called Janelle's. And I came across it to a friend of mine who, you know, got me out of my house, and he goes, "Man, you gotta come to this place." And I went over there, and they had the little dance floor, you know, like Saturday Night Fever. And it was on Irving Park, and you had to go up these stairs. And that's why it was my first teen club. And it was something different, you know, it was like a nightclub, but for teens. So it was really, really cool.
Hey, Lugo, Lugo, which Janelle's was it?
That's the Irving Park. Yeah, Irving Park. That was the first one.
Absolutely.
Then they had one on Lincoln Avenue, and then they had one on Fullerton Avenue. But you know, during that time, people were doing other events at different halls or banquet halls or ballrooms, because the ballroom scene was you know, obsolete right at that, you know, during the 80s, because nobody's going ballroom dancing anymore. So they had these big old ballroom venues, and so they had to find another generation to fill it. And I guess that's when the dance scene came in, and you got promoters to do these events.
Cool. And Jose, were you part of this teen scene also?
Yeah, actually, I didn't get a chance to go to the Janelle's on Irving or the location on Fullerton Avenue. I didn't go till they moved to Lincoln Avenue, but I remember so many other teen clubs, as far as like Rainbow Roller Rink, that was run by Tony Batoy. We had Centrum Hall, which is on Ashland and Milwaukee. There was Logan Square Auditorium, which is still available right now in Logan Square, right off of Wrightwood. You had Orthodox Hall, which was right down the block on Kedzie and Fullerton Avenue. Then you had also Daytona Club. That was all the way up more west, Diversity Avenue and Central. There was also Centrum Hall on Central Park and Diversity. Armitage Hall on Armitage and, if I'm correct, Central Park. So there was a lot of, you know, teen activities and teen places where they were doing venues, including like churches, you know, St. John Birchman, St. Sylvester's, I think, if I'm correct. I think even Holy Trinity, and all the high schools used to throw all these homecomings. So Gordon, you can imagine all the high schools. Gordon Tech was like the biggest one, with Al Rodriguez, Rippinell. He would bring Bad Boy Bill and so many other DJs there. And I know, Dave, you know, you caught some of it yourself as well.
I graduated from Gordon. I was at some of those high school parties in the early 90s. But Louie, was that a scene also, like on the South Side? Like,
yeah, we had a smaller microcosm of that. I DJ'd at Gold Rush, which had a teen night on Monday nights, and then another space, which actually was a restaurant. It was called El Cortez in Blue Island. Both of these spaces were in Blue Island. And we would draw teens from the South Side, South Suburbs, from Roseland, from West Pullman, and they would come here. And I was a sole DJ at the time. And little did these kids know is that, like, I was testing out all these tracks on them, like the Your Love track before Frankie ever played it. I played it at the places that I DJ'd at. I was playing disco edits that I would do on reel to reel over a drum machine, laid over drum machine beat. I was doing that back in 1980, 81, just before that idea ever became popular. And I was testing it out with these crowds, and the kids would go nuts. You know, they're dancing to just drum machine beats, and that was like 80, 81. So yeah,
that's a lot of what's happening now, right? With technology is like you're getting a lot of people, a lot of producers that can make something, you know, at home and throw it on a flash drive and play it that night somewhere and try it out, right? Yeah. That's like kind of full circle.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Just a little easier. So I think now. It's just a lot easier now with a flash drive than carrying other stuff.
All the vinyl.
Yeah.
Yes.
And these teen clubs, they were pretty much, I mean, it sounds like they were all banquet halls and sort of church basements and high school sort of borrowed spaces, right? Like,
Yeah.
was there any like club that was like a permanent, like a teen club that was built as that, or did other nightclubs have like teen nights or something like that? And how big was the audience for these things?
The only thing I could remember was Chanel's. That was pretty much like the teen club, and then Alcatraz. You know,
you got to don't forget El Mirador. El Mirador.
That's right. That absolutely, I forgot about that place. So you know, the kids would every weekend they always was something going on. Every weekend, you know, if you were part of the house music scene, especially back in the teens, you know, everybody talked about where to go for the weekend, where to hang out, and it would keep a lot of kids out of the street, which was very interesting. When I joined Cutting Crew in '87, all the way to like '95, mid '95. I mean, all these kids ate it up, where you had like Luis Ramirez, Anthony Sanchez, Ziggy D, Sly himself, myself. We will all be promoting, you know, many events, including Lugo. You know, we played at so many events, including going to Navy Pier, you know, Grand Park. It was just so many things to be doing.
And I think, you know, Louie, you mentioned actually Erasmo earlier, and I think when he was doing some edit stuff, I mean, he was still in college, right? He was like he was a sound engineer or something.
Yeah. I met him
story?
I met him hanging out at the power plant. There used to be a group of us that would sit in the DJ booth, like studying everything that Frankie did, every track he played, you know, the edits he would play. I would frequently bring in my disco edits for him, and he would select which ones he'd play and like just disregard the other ones. He played like some of my original tracks too. But we'd sit there, and I mean, that's how I met Erasmo. But it was sort of like attending like college, just, you know, music college, just watching Frankie and watch him work the crowd and listening to like his musical tastes. Erasmo and I developed a friendship from there, and he and I ended up becoming good friends, and he allowed me to come to his studio to record my original tracks. And then I became an engineer working with him, and then I worked at another studio called CRS Recording Studios. I was an engineer there. I learned the trade. I got away from DJing and became, you know, behind the scenes guy. Erasmo, let's see, he and I remained friends all the way through up until the 90s, and I got him involved with Carlos Valderrama and bringing his studio over to Carlos's space. He ran a label called Rama Records.
And Erasmo is what I understand, he's like the guy that like was doing all the tape edits for like Frankie Knuckles.
Yeah,
for the tracks he would play at the warehouse. Like he was
right. There was a lot of tracks.
An edit sort of master.
Right. He specialized in that. And a lot of the stuff, a lot of the re-edits that we would hear of popular, like, you know, underground disco tracks or Italo tracks were done by Erasmo.
Yeah. I met Erasmo through his cousin one time. I was spinning at El Mirador. It was a teen club on the northwest side, and his cousin came by, and he says, "Hey, you know, come on by. Let's, you know, after the club." I think we went over there to where Erasmo lived, and he lived in an apartment, and he had all his he had the reel-to-reel and everything, and he's playing me these edits that, you know, that Frankie was playing on a reel-to-reel, and I was freaking out. I was like, "Wow, this is great." So that's how I met him, and then I eventually started going to the power plant and checking out Frankie.
And you mentioned Carlos Valderrama. He was he came out of the mobile disco scene as well, right? And sort of went on to do a variety of things. Louie, you mentioned He had a record label.
Yeah, that's I met him. It was post, like the mobile DJ scene, and he started this record label. I was like handing out demo tapes of my productions, and he got a hold of it, and I had like 8 songs, and he's like, hey, I want some of these on my label, and we became friends, and so I started recording. And my stuff got released on vinyl through Carlos Valderrama. So, I'm really thankful to him for that, for getting my stuff out on vinyl. And I connected him and Erasmo, and that's how they knew each other. Carlos ended up opening up an official space for Rama Records on Diversity Parkway. And there was a garage space in the back, sort of like a warehouse or something. I don't know. It was a really small, space, and Erasmo was invited to come in and set up his studio there. So I recorded several projects there with Sean Christopher, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what the demise of the label was, but it only lasted a few years. I think the property was sold or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, and Lugo, you also knew Carlos?
Yes,
Is that correct?
I knew Carlos from the early days. Carlos was a very, very popular DJ with the mobile DJ end. And back in the days, I guess your fame was to, being plugged on the flyer, So if your name was on a flyer and the flyers being out there, that's your fame. So you're very famous. Unlike today, it's like social media. You gotta have a lot of likes, but he was on all the flyers, and he was like one of the main DJs for the mobile DJ called Moonlight Traveling Disco. He ended up, I guess, he was on GCI after a while, and he had a DJ crew, and then he formed a record label, but very, very. He's one of the Latinx that haven't been recognized, along with Erasmo and Liz Torres.
Absolutely.
And I think the same. I know when we were talking before, we discovered an interesting tie that like Erasmo Studio, Rama Records, was owned by a guy named Frank, who actually, Jose, you can tell the rest of this.
Frank Torres happened to be my mentor, Nelson Middlehouse Torres' brother. So that's how I got involved with music and everything. And Frank Torres basically had Carlos Valderrama. I think it was Matt Warren. I think he had 2 other guys, and then Nelson was the youngest. So Nelson wouldn't play all the time because he was a minor, but he would still be hanging out with his brother. He's another person that both of them would need to be, recognized in the Latinx. These guys were before I was. I was playing in '83. Nelson started in '70s. This kid was 11 years old playing.
It's amazing how like youth culture is so like important to the development of house music. And there was someone else, Lugo, that we were talking about how you got your start a little bit in like the Latin house sort of like genre or subgenre of music with what's his name? Jesse Velez, who you mentioned.
Yes.
So tell us about Jesse Velez, like who he was and what he did. And
well, Jesse was he sort of like reminded me of myself when I first started, as a youth, and he had support with his family, and he was starting off, and he had the fire, he had the drive that I've never seen in anybody else. So he was always in back of back of a lot of the top DJs and back of me, and even he would do his own parties. He wasn't waiting for nobody to hire him. So he would do his own parties. He was a DIY, you know, everything. He had a brother that was a printer. He had family, and you know, the family would invite other people to his events, and he also collaborated with the dance groups, and the dance groups would team in with his events. So you know, the kid had this magic. I don't know. It's just, and so you know, at one point, the house music scene was coming out. Everyone's buying the drum machine, the 909. Roland had just came out with this, and these guys are making records at Larry Sherman's place. I think it was Vince Lawrence, Jesse Saunders, and they started pressing out stuff, and everyone's on the ball, you know, like everyone's buying their drum machines, samplers, and Jesse, you know, he said, "Man, we gotta do work on a track, Lugo. You know, let's do this and that," and you know, he was always involved with me, and so you know, he worked with a lawyer named JB Ross, and JB connected him with Jerry Soto, who was the engineer at Soto Sounds out in Evanston. So you know,
that's where we recorded Your Love, at Soto Sounds.
Soto Sounds, yeah, it was in the garage.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, and the guy had many famous musicians there, famous blues player. He had, I think, even Pee Wee Herman recorded out there before he became famous. It was all these people were there. I was like, wow. So you know, he came out with this track, you know, called "Girls Out on the Floor," and it was a Latin track, and you know, Larry pressed out his EP was called Super Rhythm Tracks, I think, and then he came out with the 12-inch eventually. But
it was a big hit in the scene, wasn't it? Like in Chicago, it was like a big record.
Yeah, it was a big underground cult record, man. It's like just recently a buddy of mine came over my house, and I'm like, we're hanging out. He's white, you know, he's Italian, and we're drinking, and he goes, "Man, let's go out." And he goes, "Let's go to the exit." I went to the exit, and I'm, you know, the DJ's playing, and I hear the song "Girls Out on the Floor," and the crowd goes nuts. I'm looking at, you know, looking at all these kids. I'm like, wow, it's still, I mean, it still has an impact.
Still playing it.
Yeah, they're still playing it. It's really like a cool.
There's certain tracks that really resonate still to this day.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It was one of the first tracks that had Spanish, like the Spanish language on it, you know, of something that was brand new, like newly produced house music, right? The new house music, as it was then called. I think he was sort of a contemporary of like Rafi Rosario, and I think the same year as when Rafi came out with his EP. It was sort of considered also an early Latin house track. Yeah, I in trying to find more information on Jesse, I couldn't find a whole lot, but I feel like there's certainly, like, you know, certainly some credit that needs to be due to him, right? And he's not around with us anymore, is he, Lugo?
No, he passed away at an early age, and this guy, you know, like we go to the seminars in New York, and he, you know, I go there with one time I was there with Jesse Jones, and we're just hanging out, and you know, back then it was like celebrities, Madonna, Jelly Bean were walking around, and all these hip hop artists that were, you know, pretty famous at the time, just walking around in this seminar. It's called New Music Seminar. And he called me. He goes, "Hey man, come on, man. I'm gonna show you somebody." And he goes, he introduces me to African Bambaataa, DJ Red Alert, and he knew all these cats because, you know, it's like you know, because of who he was, his charisma.
Yeah. I've I understand just from reading stuff, he was very beloved. So it's too bad he's not with us. And who knows the potential he would have had, right, in terms of his impact on the scene and just as, you know, his career as an artist, how much more we would have seen from him. All right, so then this is good. We're covering some interesting, some important people that sort of contributed to the scene a little bit. We talked a little bit about some of these spaces, a lot of these teen clubs, and I think what we're gonna do right now is you guys all submitted some videos and some flyers and some stuff like that that I think I'm gonna have Joe show a reel of, and then feel free to comment on the flyer or the video and things like that. And then after that, we'll get into some more questions.
Okay.
I might ask you guys some things too as this rolls in.
Okay.
All right.
So let's continue.
Well, in the meantime, I think someone, who was it? Lugo, you mentioned dance crews and dancers, and I think that was a big thing in Chicago in the 80s. And do you want to talk a little bit about that? Like,
Yeah.
what was, you know, like what they were, what they did?
Well, you know, just like back in the early 80s, dance crews, on the Northwest side, it was a lot of teens that were looking for a way out of the ghetto or out of, or a way to express themselves. You know, it wasn't fashionable to be gay. Everything was really close knit, and so we had the clubs and these venues for these teens to go to, and so they they formed these dance crews or dance groups, and they gave them an opportunity to express themselves. They would even make outfits, their own outfits, and compete and battle for prizes, even trophies.
That was one of the first ones that we used
to
remember. Lugo was like the Culitos, aka Imported Tastes.
So Radar, Alan, Michael, they were from the Culitos. They also had a Thing. They also had another dance group that was pretty popular, which was the All Stars, which was Jose Echeverria, also known as Gringo. They also had Flipper from AKAs. And most of these dance groups are from high schools too,
Yeah, they were all in high school.
All from high schools.
First time I ever saw like the Culitos and stuff was at a teen club called Northwest Hall, right off of North Avenue and Western, which was owned by Sada. And my friend Johnny and Kachamba used to throw the parties there. That was actually my first time ever playing at a teen venue, which was in '84. And Nelson Torres is the one who kind of got me all the connections back then. But just seeing, those dancers, they bring a lot of people. So of course, as you get in later through our teen years, you get a lot of other dance crews like House on the Boulevard, House Dogs, Kamikaze, Nike boys, Nike girls, Adidas. I mean, you name it. There were,
Are we supposed to narrate over?
That was big scene.
It was huge. It was huge.
So I think the slides are up. So we saw Lugo a little bit earlier. And then right here we have.
This is me and Jamie Principal about 5 years ago at the Chosen Few picnic or festival. outside, man, that was a really great reunion. And that I think is supposed to be a video. Okay. Right.
All right,
So
this is Louie's work right here.
this is a release from my record label, mine and Jesse Rivera's record label, Monday Morning Shuffle. And we are, well, we sign people from all over the world, but also I still do original music. We do multimedia productions, music videos, really trying to raise the bar for what a Chicago record label is. You guys should check us out on YouTube. We've got about 80 music videos up. Pretty big following. Basement Tapes Records. And you can't hear the audio.
Would you say you get a lot of fan base? Yeah.
What was that? Yeah.
Would you say you get a lot of fan base out of Europe as well? More so than Chicago?
Our fan base is definitely outside of Chicago for some reason. I'm not sure why, but like huge following across Europe, South and Central America, Asia. I mean, there's just like the feedback we get and the support we get is amazing. This video is from opening night from Craig Loftus Club called Club EXP. It was a private reception. I was invited to play there. It was an amazing night. I was supposed to play for 1 hour, but they kept telling me to keep going. So I ended up playing for 3 hours. It was so much fun. The sound system at Craig's clubs, by the way, are just crazy monster. I mean, they're so much fun to play on. Everything sounds fantastic. And I tested out a bunch of Basement Tapes records there that night. The crowd ate it up. They absolutely love it. I love playing at his parties. Okay.
And this was recently, no? Like this year.
His EXP club was a couple of years ago, and then this year he opened up the lodge, which I was a resident of up until COVID-19 hit, and then everything had to shut down. So
yeah,
doing my dance moves behind the back.
Yeah.
We all do that.
Excellent. Let's see what we got next. We got DJ Phatman. I think you submitted some flyers, right? Here's some flyers. You want to talk about these?
Well, Automated Casino, which was on Pulaski and Milwaukee, I used to do a lot of parties there, as well as not just DJing, for Chicago's Cutting Crew, but also doing sounds for Domingo. And he used to do hip hop events, as well as mixing hip hop with house, because that was a big thing when we were teenagers as well. We would play, the underground hip hop with the house. I remember the place burning down the last night. We did a gig there, and my cousin was like, "Oh, let's take the gear home." I'm like, "No, let's leave it." And eventually we took it home, and like 7:30 in the morning, man, that place was burning up, lit up on fire. They told the club was really interesting too, being further west. Like I said, if you look at the flyers, you can see you got Full House, you got the dance crews on here with the DJs, and just by that alone, if each person brings 10 people, man, you got a big party. If you got 15 names on there, I mean, it's just
that was such a smart thing to do. It's just to include them on there.
Yeah. And, I mean, till today, we still include people that dancers that come, but they're not dance groups anymore. It's just individual people that do dance and still come out to events, because without any dancers, let's just be realistic. We wouldn't be us. We need people to come out and enjoy what we enjoy as well. So, being able to play with the Chicago's Cutting Crew from 87 all the way to 95 was a blessing, because we were the hottest thing on the Northwest side. There was other, DJ crews, but, we were the ones that on the top with, whenever they brought in B96 or BMX, that's when we had the opportunity, besides just playing like Aragon Ballroom, we ended up playing at Navy Pier and the Pan American Fest, due to Pinky and All-Star Production, which Lugo also knows the promoters. And it was, a big impact, because, the Pan American Fest was geared totally to a lot of Latinos. And it was probably one of the biggest things, next to what you guys do now with the Chicago House Music Fest. here, Dave, in Chicago. So being part of that, and then, you know, we would put posters, you know, on poles and pass out flyers, and then Pinky, which his name is Lorenzo, used to do banners and put them on street posts, which you don't see them now. You don't see no banners up really unless they put them at you know, in front of a store, or, you know, it's inside where the party's going to be at. You really don't see it used to promote, which was a big thing.
You can get fined now, I think.
Yeah, you do get fined. But
yeah.
You know how
ticket.
I mean, social media is so much easier to do it that way.
Yeah, and you know, and to have so many, you know, influence, you know, DJs back in the days, you know, besides just me and Lugo, you know, on the Northwest side, we had Bear Hu, Julio Bishop, you know, Pablo Punk Out Gonzalez, which, you know, they're still doing their things till today. You know, some of the guys from Chicago's Cutting Crew, you know, Jackmaster Jay, Devious Dave, he's in California right now. DJ Snake, of course, he travels. He was part of Cutting Crew. Nonstop, Mario Nonstop, which is on was on B96 and stuff. He was part of Chicago's Cutting Crew, as well as Pumpin' Pete. I mean, the list from the original '87 Cutting Crew and was ridiculous. You know, including Dave C was on it. Now there's a lot of other new members. You know, they're doing their internet show. But as far as, you know, all the teens situations that we had back then, it kept us out of the street. Really kept us out of the street.
Yeah, it seems like I mean, just, you know, looking at some of these flyers too, it's like, you know, the Aragon Ballroom is not small. It's a huge space, and I mean, you know, it's hard to fill now with, like, you know, touring bands sometimes. Like, I can't imagine. You know, it just speaks to sort of like the popularity of house music at that time, right? And it sounds like the teens sort of like were a huge component of that housing in the mid '80s. And I think, you know, you've mentioned like radio and B96, and you've mentioned, I don't know if anyone mentioned BMX, but I know that was sort of like the station that was like the center of house music when it came out.
That's a contributing factor to why it was so popular, because it was heard on the radio.
Absolutely.
That's important.
Yeah, and I was looking into BMX's history a little bit, and you know, just how they were, it was curated, right? They pulled these DJs out of clubs from all over the city. And so it was like such a mixed sort of bunch of DJs that were part of that Hot Mix 5 crew originally. And I think one of them, you know, Julian Jumpin' Perez, right, at some point joined the Hot Mix 5. He's a Cuban American. He's one of the guys I was tape recording on B96 when I was young. You know, him and a bunch of others, of course. But but yeah, it's amazing how that you know had the impact that it did on that scene, and then teens in particular, right? Like in the mid '80s. And it sounds like I mean, there's a lot of parties.
No,
there's one thing I want to mention.
Plenty, I'm telling you. Yeah. Every weekend, 1 or 2 parties, and that was just the main ones. There was probably 5, all in one night. Was Louie, do you think, like, from what you recall being on the South Side, was there any sort of crossing between like North and South to go to, like, you know, parties? Were people traveling around the city, or was it pretty much sticking to your neighborhoods? Or?
I think it was like just sticking to the neighborhood and the friends that you knew and where they were going. I mean, you know, every area had its own little microcosm of sort of the same thing. It sort of reflected the same thing. I think over here on the South Side, our musical taste was more reflected in the roots of disco and funk, and not so much like the Latin house stuff. And soul over here, so it was a little bit different.
Yeah.
My experience is a little bit different than what happened on the North Side and the Northwest Side, certainly. And the friends that I had, so it's really a reflection of, you know, the geography. So yeah, it was happening out here. but we usually didn't venture out unless it was to like the Aragon for the DJ battle, which I think used to happen in like May or June every year. So we would go to that, and that was definitely out of our area.
Yeah. So it sounds like, you know, there was mostly people were sort of sticking close to home, and there were some instances where the whole scene would come out to things, right? And I think that's what probably radio had a big impact on, like getting the word out about like a DJ Bell or Aragon, or like, you know, maybe some of the events at the Rainbow roller skating rink at the time.
Well, we did, and plus, you know, these are teens, you know, so like, how are they going to get around? Back in the day, everyone didn't have cars back then. We would take the L and stuff like that. But, you know, I think by the time I reached 17, 18, that's when I was venturing downtown and going to, you know, the warehouse and the power plant, the playground, you know, places like that. But, you know, I was a little bit older. I wasn't like 14 or 15. So
yeah,
that's when we started really like venture out of our spaces. Plus, you know, you get bored from that. You get bored from the same people. So that we definitely wanted to explore more. And we felt like we were grown-ups. You know, hey, we're older now. Let's go out to the city. You know.
I think I agree. I agree with that, because back in the days, the gangs were predominant. I mean, in each area, you know, so you'd have to be careful. Just being in the wrong place, you know.
Wrong place, wrong time sometimes.
Right. It was really bad back then.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember also when I was, you know, I mean, I'm a little younger than you guys here, but like just early 90s going to parties, like it was very gang centered, like not so much. I mean, there were some parties you went to that like you knew that this was the only gang that was here. And like, as long as you were cool, but if you weren't from the neighborhood, or if you didn't know anybody there, you were going to catch some trouble, you know? And I think also that's why I never went personally. I mean, as a teen, as a 14 in Logan Square, I didn't have a car. I couldn't take a taxi anywhere. Taking the bus, you know, it's cool and all, but like still, if you're going a long way, it's not so appealing. You know?
Risky.
Risky.
You know, because you might go through a neighborhood you're not familiar with, right? And like you get messed with sometimes. But Jose, you were telling me at some of the parties that you guys would talk to sort of like the heads of these gangs and just try to like keep the peace a little bit.
You know, when you're a promoter and a DJ and you get to kind of be at different venues and stuff, you kind of know who's, you know, running what sections and stuff. So the gang bangers, you know, you sit down with the main guys and say, hey, you know, you guys are welcome to come in here, but just try to keep your guys, you know, level-headed without trying to start any trouble, because at the end of the day, this is for everybody to have a good time and, you know, have fun and hear music. And most of all, you know, teens are teens, you know, they want to date each other, and what hot chick is there, what hot guy is there, you know. The good thing is that when we were even doing teens back in the days, just having dance groups that, you know, not everybody was straight. We embraced, you know, the LGBTQ community at a young age at these events, even though some people might not think so. And, you know, we've had, you know, racism and all that stuff. But whenever you walked into the teen clubs, that all changed. Everything was left in the streets. So you know, as far as enjoying yourself, you know, you never really had a problem. And if it did kick off, it would be once, it wouldn't be all the time. And things get taken care of. The police, of course, if they had to be called, they would come in right away. Then it would be over for the party. So they know if they spend any money and you ruined it too early, guess what? We got your money. I guess it's an early night and go home until the next one.
Yeah. I think we're going to see what other slides we have here real quick. That's my name. Okay, so I guess it's my turn.
Yes, it's your turn.
This is just a video reel of like, one of the Chicago House Music Festivals a few years ago. Might have been the third one or the second one, I can't remember. But it takes place at Millennium Park in the Pritzker Pavilion. It started off as just sort of the main stage, and then sort of branched off. The last iteration, we had 5 stages, and I think the last 2 events we had. It's only a one-day event. We're like between 60 and 80,000 people on one day. And this kind of, I like this video because it kind of gives you a full view of like, there's all kinds of people that are attending, this event. It's during the day, it's downtown. You get all the demographics showing up. You get all of the, you get people bringing their grandchildren, old house heads bringing their grandchildren to this event. You get new people, you get, everything. And you get, I tend to incorporate live music as well as DJ music. Like this is one of the stages. I think that's, who was that? Daje, I think.
Daje, yeah.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people forget that house has roots also in live music. It's predominantly thought of as a DJ form of music, but it really, I mean, Lugo, you were touring with Liz Torres as a band, and I mean, Louie, like Jamie Principle wouldn't consider himself like a house music producer, right? He was just trying to produce some music.
Well, actually, his stuff was really, it leaned more towards alternative dance. I mean, his influences were like David Bowie, Prince, Ultravox, Visage, Roxy Music. But that one song, Your Love, had more of a little bit more of a soulful R&B feel, and that's where I thought it would be perfect for a dance floor. First place I thought of was my dance floors, but then ultimately the warehouse. Like this would fit at the warehouse. This is something that would work there. It just needs a longer mix because it was like 3.5 minutes, and I heard all these elements in it that really needed to be stretched out, and so. Yeah.
So we're just gonna loop back here real quick with Lugo. This is from last week, right, Lugo? This photo.
I remember that photograph.
That's actually the picture was taken by Steve Starr, who's a celebrity photographer who passed away. And the club was Mike Mottorella's Circuit.
That's why I remember it. Yeah.
So he took the picture for me because I was doing Latino Fashion Week, and they needed a picture.
Nice.
So he offered his services for me. So here's like a demographics for some of the tracks that I got featured on with Jesse Velez. Super Rhythm tracks, Liz Torres, the Loca when she was on Jive Records. There's also the Queen in the House album that I was in. Can't Get Enough. I did that. I was able to work with them in the studio, and I did a mix. Can't Get Enough, which was a huge underground record at the Paradise Garage. It took off here in Chicago, but it really took off in New York. And these are just some of the stuff. She also came out with some stuff on Quest. But that was I was not a part of that at the time. I was more with them on when they started with the record label, what was it? State Street Records.
Okay.
I started working.
So Liz Torres was a big deal.
Yeah, she was huge. She was like the first Latin singer doing house at the time, and it was because of her boyfriend, who worked at Loop Records. I met Jesse and Liz. Back in the days, we'd hang out at the beach, Fullerton Beach, and that's how he met her, and I met him also because he was also a buyer at the record store called Loop Records. He was a 12-inch buyer, and eventually they started. Jesse said, "Hey, I'm gonna make a record too." Everyone was on the bandwagon at that time, right?
Yep.
Amy, Liz, little Jesse Velez, everyone, all the DJs, because all you need, everyone can make a track now. You didn't need a drummer. You had a drum machine, and so it was great. It was a great time. It was it was just a great revolution of music at the time. So much music was coming out and different styles, and I was just happy to be a part of it. The Girls Out on the Floor was like I said, done by Jesse Velez along with his cousin Rocco Colon. It was done at Jerry Soto's Sounds, and this guy needs to be in the books. It's a sad thing that it takes somebody like yourself to make this acknowledgement. I mean, we should have been all in this story. We're the players.
I remember them playing that song at the tennis court at the Puerto Rican Fest. Remember that, Lugo?
Yes. Yeah.
That went on for like 3 or 4 years at the Puerto Rican Fest until, of course, gangs stopped all that at the Puerto Rican Fest. I remember back in 83, 84, probably started before that with Tony T. And they used to play Jesse Velez's song.
That's right.
So we have some questions from the audience that have come in that I'll just put out there to the group here. Want to see if you can talk a bit more about who were the influential dance crews of the time, probably mid 80s, late 80s as well. And I think Lugo and Torres, you might have touched on this a little bit, but if you guys want to expand a little bit more.
Well, I'd like to point out there's a really, really good guy that passed away. His name was Troy Winston, and he was one of those that he grew up in Cabrini Green, and he hung out with Latinos. He was gay, and that's how it was back in the days. You could hang out at the teen clubs. We didn't discriminate, and everyone loved Troy Winston. He was very charismatic also.
I definitely remember that name.
Yeah, very charismatic.
It's funny. Troy was a jokester.
Yeah, and he
jokes.
He said, he went to the dance contest. He said, I could do that. So he formed his own little dance group. It was called Imported Taste,
would always go against the Culito a lot of the time.
Yeah, very flamboyant, very, he was like the Billy Porter, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know Billy Porter.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Now, but he was like a Billy Porter, and it's a great guy.
Louie, did you see a lot of dance crews on the South Side too?
No. Nope. That was something that I think just kind of didn't happen over here. I think it. I don't know why. It just I didn't see it. Yeah. That was when I finally saw that on the north side. I'm like, oh, this is really. I thought it was cool, but we didn't have that.
It was actually really huge on the northwest side because even after the Culito, you had the breaking era. There was a lot of break dance crews. And then, of course, you got the house crews that came back in. Because when Culitos and Imported Taste used to dance, they had a particular dance style that most house crews wouldn't do because they didn't want to dance like if they were dancing ballet or anything with house music. And that was the uniqueness of the Culitos Imported Taste, AKA the only other group that later on would embrace something like that was the House Dogs and Kamikaze, which was ran by Dorian Brown Lee, may he rest in peace. He was a close brother of mine. He passed away at a very young age. He would have been an amazing dancer. He used to dance with Cqqchifruit. We call him Kiko. He was really known. Those two guys that I'm talking about real quick, Dorian and Cqqchifruit, they used to be Fast Eddie's dancers, original dancers, two of his main dancers. And these guys would go everywhere with Fast Eddie. I mean, who didn't want to hire two of the best, house dancers out there? I mean, when you saw these guys dance, they kept up from footwork to freestyle, and they did it. So, us as promoter DJs kind of embraced all the dancers, and as well as they embraced us with the music we played. So by having the dancers there, you have a huge party. As you can see when you saw the flyers earlier, there was always at least 4 dance groups added to almost every flyer. And there was always either a battle of the dancers.
Were there any women in these crews?
Huh? Excuse me?
Were there any women in these dance crews as well?
Oh, actually there was. My girl Nadine China, also Leda, she also actually is a professional dancer still to today. Who else did we have? Mercedes, she's actually a professional bodybuilder. So, these women like China, she has Caking with China. So you can get fabulous cakes, I mean, as now they're grown, but these women were the 3 top women back there dancing with the dance crews. I know the Culitos had their thing, but this is like as you get into the 90s, early 90s, the dancing went even bigger. From these 3 groups from the Northwest side, now we have 20 groups.
Yeah, there was
smaller options.
There was dance groups also at the playground. So the South Side African American, they did have dance crews. They were doing it over there.
This is mid 80s or early 80s?
That was early 80s.
Early 80s. And another question is.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, there's another question about, just because I feel like, for me, it was a struggle to sort of find like women that were really involved in an integral part of like the house community, either a DJ standpoint or, promoters or, it seems to be like the rest of the music industry, very male dominated, right? And that's why I brought up Miss Mystery earlier, because I just wanted to sort of like,
well, there was also,
to me, it was like,
there was also Lori Branch from here. She was part of a DJ team, Vertigo. And I mentored her, and I actually taught her this mix that she went on and won a DJ contest with. This is back like, oh my God, I think it was like 1979, maybe 1980. And she won the contest with the mix that I helped her with. And I mean, to this day, I mean, we still talk about it, but like she looks at me as her mentor, but she was around. I mean, to me, she was one of the first female DJs.
She's still around.
Yeah.
She's the one that connected me with you, Louie.
Right. She's a fabulous person. Absolutely.
There was a lot of DJs, female, but in the DJ industry, sometimes it's such a hard field that sometimes you quit. And so, some of them just even like to this day, a lot of people buy the equipment.
Yeah.
And then they give up, because it's a hard market. It's very hard.
It's an uphill battle. It really is. Yeah.
Now that we were talking about female DJs, she would actually kill me because I actually forgot about her. She was also part of Cutting Crew, which was Lady Tricks. Her real name is Megan. She still plays to today. She just doesn't play at the club scenes and stuff. But the woman, I mean, she can really throw down. I heard her like recently, like maybe about 8 years ago. We did a Cutting Crew party, and she went on after like 4 of us. And I'm telling you, after she went on, she just threw so much heat. And she was throwing old school house with what we have current out of all the guys from the Cuddy Crew, because, you know, Cuddy Crew was basically a team from, you know, mid 80s all the way to the mid 90s. So they still play old school house, but she kind of embraced both. So me hearing her from back then to like recent, I was really, really impressed. Her skills were just top notch. And see someone, you know, grow with her talent, and because a lot of women are dope out here playing now. We can name so many of them now, but back in the days, there were not too many of them.
I think I definitely see, you know, an increase in women sort of taking on the reins as DJs and getting notoriety, getting more play, which is great to see. You know, I don't know, there's a handful of, I think, you know, DJs that are promoting parties, you know, and things like that. Not many still, but I think, you know, we'll see more. And it's an interesting topic to I think we can have a whole panel about just that, right? About women in the music industry.
Well,
my niece, dance music in Chicago.
Up until like the COVID era, my niece Sochi, XOCHI, was gaining popularity in the Wicker Park area for doing these monthly parties. And she picked it up. And I mean, without any input from me whatsoever, I don't know if it's something she'd always wanted to do, but I was really surprised to see her name come up on all these flyers and all these events that would pop up on my Twitter or Instagram. And I'm like, wow, look, she got that DJ bug and she's out there playing. And this is all pre-COVID, of course.
Right.
Yeah. The one we're gonna wrap up. There's so much more to sort of get to that we didn't get to, but we got to wrap up. The next session is actually gonna be with Jesse La Peña and talking about alternative bands and that sort of late 80s, early 90s scene, including Pablo Punk Out Gonzalez, which you guys have mentioned today. But one just parting thought and question, I think, just for the group, like in your opinion, why do you think it's important to document, archive, and share our stories, our social culture history stories for the present and for the future? Because I know that's on everyone's mind. So anyone want to take a stab at that one?
Well, I think we have to show our presence, our involvement in the music scene. I think that's very important to acknowledge. There's many Latinx people that are part of this, that are woven into this history, and a lot of the voices, a lot of the names haven't been mentioned before. I think it's important to show that we were integral to this music scene, especially here in Chicago.
Especially the diversity that we have on the Northwest side, you know, as far as the Latinx, you know, we play a little bit of different house. It's not just soulful, it's not just disco. We embrace hard house, tech house. You know, you got a few DJs that play EDM. At the end of the day, you know, the diversity that we have more on the Northwest side is different than the South side. Most of us do already know how the segregation of music sometimes is, but at the end of the day, house music is house music and it embraces everything and everyone. And it's a universal language as it is today. It's not just Chicago house, now it's everyone's house.
Right.
Not just Chicago's, everyone's house.
Nice. All right. Hey, Maida.
Cool. I want to thank you all for a really wonderful panel. Yeah, there's a lot of gold, and I was trying to keep up, and I could not in the comments box with trying to keep track of some of the knowledge and gems that get dropped. But a good thing is that we record all of these, and we actually after the fact are like transcribing them, and we'll create new entries that will go up on the online map, which we're gonna relaunch in a new format at the beginning of 2021. So this thread of the history of kind of Latinx history and contributions to house and dance music culture in Chicago will begin to be, we're creating some primary source material that we think, we hope will just be the beginning of unearthing the depth of this contribution as well to the
Absolutely.
story.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I think it's we're gonna move on to our next segment. But I think what this panel ended on, just beginning to think about women's role and participation in the scene. We're going to have La Spacer and DJ Cqqchifruit join us to talk about they're of the newer generation and going to talk a bit about Tropateca and their own histories, tracing their own histories as DJs and thinking about the dancer bodies in space, the importance of that in these parties and party culture. So if they are ready to go, I'm going to invite them into the room. And while they are getting into the room, I just want to note that please donate to the Chicago Black Social Culture Map. You even see our Cash App there. We pay all of our panelists and DJs and curators of content to help us build these programs. And then we also have some important partners, the Modern Dance Music Archiving Foundation, actively archiving, who help us. It typically has been the live programs, but now as we shift into virtual space, are helping us to keep this going. And then lastly, I want to shout out some of our funders. Illinois Arts Council, Driehaus Foundation, the African American Legacy Fund. I'll try to remember more later. Arts Work Fund and Crossroads and Field currently. So with that, I'm gonna open us up into this next session. So DJ Cqqchifruit, Jackie. And I don't know, little space, Natalie, if she was feeling okay to join or if it's just going to be you and me. Okay. All right. Well, let's get into it. Tell me about your history. We know that you are a transplant from Miami, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, talk a bit about your history as a DJ and getting into kind of dance music culture, and maybe a bit about that transition from Miami to Chicago.
Sure. So I moved to Chicago in 2006 to go to school at Northwestern University. Like you said, I'm originally from Miami, and I come from a Cuban and Puerto Rican background. And so growing up in Miami and, being in this intersection between Latin America, the Caribbean, and the US, and also kind of being in this multiracial intersection as well. I think that I had a lot of influences growing up, a lot of influences from tropical music, from music from Latin America and the Caribbean, but also I grew up listening to trance, drum and bass, some early EDM, and from radio stations that would be playing music from the clubs in Miami, like Club Space, and things like that. So I had a lot of different influences. And I definitely would say I didn't understand what house music was until I moved to Chicago. So I get to Chicago in 2006, and another thing that's happening is I'm sort of beginning to explore my own identity in different ways. Growing up, my parents immigrated from Cuba and Puerto Rico in their teens, in their early teens, and so they had a lot of time to assimilate into American culture, and then they immigrated to New York, and then moved to Miami. And so I think I spent a lot of time when I was in school, kind of trying to understand a little bit more about my own identity, thinking about those things, assimilation and colonization, and understanding my race, understanding my gender identity, understanding my sexuality. All of those things were kind of coming into the forefront as I was, I flew away from the nest and landed in Evanston, which it kind of shocked me, honestly, because I grew up never feeling like a minority in Miami. There were always Black and brown people, were the majority in almost all of the spaces that I was in. So this is where I kind of got to understand a little bit more about, about how it's like in other cities. Looks like Natalie's joining us. Hi. So yeah, I get to Chicago and I graduate, I study theater, I get into burlesque, and I start going out to Boys Town and going to the gay bars there, and kind of quickly realize that it's not as welcoming as it could be for somebody who has a woman's body. And so I quickly kind of found other spaces, like Chance's Dances was a queer party that was really formative to my development as a DJ. In fact, they taught me how to DJ. So I kind of was in this like drag, burlesque, performance art kind of scene, and I was going to dance parties all the time. I studied theater and dance, and I love to dance. So that's the root of my becoming a DJ, is the love to dance and move my body on the dance floor, and also to feel free. And so they invited me to be a host of Chance's Dances, and also to teach me how to DJ if I wanted to. So that is how I learned how to DJ. And so Natalie, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit. Do you feel okay to talk?
I'll try.
Do you want to talk a little bit about your coming up and how you got to being a DJ?
Yeah, I grew up here in Chicago in Little Village, and the first time I can recall listening to house music was on the radio when I was 3 years old. What's it called? And not just on the radio, but on like cars, passing by, bumping. Family parties. My family threw parties like every weekend, and I had I'm a first generation Mexican American, but I had cousins that when I was 2 years old, they were graduating from high school, and they were going to the first clubs, to the warehouse and stuff like that. So that's definitely how house music came into my life. I always say that I was raised by house music because of growing up here in Chicago. Now, house music actually made me like fall in love with music in general. I knew at that age that I wanted to have music be a part of my life. So as soon as I was able to play an instrument, which was in 4th grade, that's when I started learning about like music theory and by being in the school's band.
What did you play?
I started off with the trombone, but I wanted to play the drums. But what's it called? The band teacher was like, "Oh, my drum section was full." But the next year in 5th grade, I was like, "Hey, I really want to switch to the drums," and he was like, "Okay, but you're gonna start as a beginner," and I'm like, "That's okay, that's fine." So yeah, he switched me, and within like 3-4 months, I I was put back as an intermediate because I was just so happy that I was playing the drums. I was playing every day at home with like the practice drum pad. And listening to music, like my growing up, like I watched a bunch of MTV, BET, VH1, and a lot of like B96, a lot of DJ mixes on CDs, on tapes. So when I was in high school, I wasn't in band again. I bought my first acoustic drum set, excuse me. And I started playing rock music because I connected acoustic drums to either music like that or something more like jazzy. And I don't know, like rock was like something I was really into in high school. But like my junior year in high school, I was listening to like my old like house music tapes and CDs, and I was like, actually, I really like dance music, and when I would play the drums, I would like play like a beat, and I was like, I'll get like a little more like dancier, and that's when I realized, oh, wait a minute, like dance music uses drum machines and synthesizers, so being a high schooler, you know, like you don't have money. So what's it called? But I was already making a plan. Like after graduating from high school, I was doing like research, and this was in 2000. I graduated from high school in 2006. So there was information on the internet, but there wasn't as much information as there is now. Also, I was gifted by, what's it called? My sister's father, a Roland, I think it's an SP6 or a 9. And it was an electric drum pad. And that had electric drum sounds, but he lost the manual. It didn't have a stand. So I got to hear some electric sounds, and you can play with the drumstick. But I actually, you know, being a high schooler, I went to Guitar Center. I traded it in for a double pedal because, like I said, I was really into rock. So I got my double pedal. And that's probably like one of my biggest like regrets of like selling that. When he found out that I sold it, he was like so disappointed. And I was like, I don't know what I did wrong. I got what I want. Yeah, but that was like, I don't know, for me, I was like, oh, like this doesn't sound like a real like acoustic drum. Like this sounds really fake. But that was with my like rock mentality, right? So anyways, yeah, in my junior year, I started going out more. I started sneaking out of the house to go to parties. I get a fake ID. What's it called? And yeah, like I started going out to like bars and some clubs. Like the first club I went to at 17 years old was Exit and Neo, and like a bunch of other like bars all over the city. And it was just like my introduction, right, to like the Chicago like scene. I was just like trying to find where I can connect or something. And also, you know, like times had changed. So like me, when I was a kid in the 90s listening to house music, like the, you know, music always evolves, right? So like in 2005, 2006, it was Gatman. That was like really like that style of ghetto house, juke, that was like really being played. So my cousins and me, we would throw a lot of like gatherings because there was a lot of like cousins, a lot of primas, and we would be like like joking to like our mixtapes, and I would get these DJ tapes and CDs at the mall, at North Riverside Mall. There was a DJ shop, or I would get it at Discount Mall because there was also like DJ.
Which discount?
The Discount Mall right here in Little Village, where they're actually trying to fight to keep it open. There used to be like stands, but yeah. So like once I was graduating from high school, one of my friends that I would sneak out with, who was older, he would DJ. He would do a lot of mobile DJing. And when I graduated from high school, he gifted me this Newmark iPod DJ. mixer, and what you did with it is you had to have 2 iPods, and you can just mix them, blend them in. There was like no sync button, no effects. And I thought it was really cool. And this was when iPods had like been out for a couple of years. So I thought that was really cool technology too, because that definitely replaced my Walkman, which is something that I like, was my prized possession.
She still has it.
I still have the Newmark iPod DJ. Yeah.
Well, hold on to that. Don't sell it.
But like, so I thought it was really cool. I actually got asked to like DJ at a lot of house parties with that device, because it's probably like the size like of a regular laptop, but like if it was like spread like wide open flat. So yeah, like compared to turntables and CDJs, it was really portable. What's it called? Yeah, even I got asked to, one of the first like places I remember playing at that was really cool was at the Radio Arte float for Pride in 2006. And it was because they were like, oh, hey, Natalie, like you have that mixer, like with the iPods, like the music doesn't skip like CDJs or turntables when you're on the float. Like that would be really ideal. So I was like, yeah. And so that's how I got into DJing. But then once like I started actually getting into like the local scene, which was like the Pilsen scene, like I said, back in 2006, 2007, then it was like, I was being made fun of. It was like, oh, ha, 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 what is that? You know, like I'm like the iPod DJ mixer, like that's not what real DJs use. So I was just kind of like, oh, but this is like really convenient for me. Like I have, you know, like all my music, 64 gigabytes of music. I'm not carrying crates or CDs. So anyways, the next year, Newmark actually releases the Newmark iPod DJ 2. And now that thing had definitely some advances from the first one, because you could DJ with 1 iPod instead of 2. And you were able to like see the BPM and try to sync it, like try to beat match easier because it had like a little like beat thing. So, and it was actually cooler. This one was black and like the design was just much cooler, which I still have. I took that thing out to like Burning Man. Yeah, that thing has been to a lot, like it still has, the last time I went to Burning Man, it still has like something spilled on on one of the torques. Like I never cleaned it. It's nasty. It's been there for ages. But yeah, but like I said, like I would be made fun of. Like it's like like people would call me. They'd be like, oh, here comes like oh, there's the iPod DJ, and here comes the iPod DJ, and it has
like a prank call.
Yeah, like being made fun of because of somebody told me like, oh, if you want to be a real DJ, if you want to have respect, you gotta play with turntables. And, you know, I was 18, 19 years old. And that actually, the iPod DJ 2 was not cheap. It was maybe about at least $450, $500. And for me, being an 18, 19-year-old, living on my own, having like a full-time job, you know, paying minimum wage, like, you know, I was like, hey, like this was really convenient for me. And I think that was actually a huge step to probably what a lot of like young people do now, because they just happen to have a laptop because of college or whatever. But yeah, like it was really hurtful and really discouraging, you know. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna save my money and I'm gonna get some turntables, and like along my journey, I met a friend who was like a big computer nerd. And he's like, oh, Tractor. And I'm like, what's that? And it's like, that's a DJ software. And so I got into Tractor, and I got into the whole like vinyl, what's it called, simulation. If you get the interface. So I saved up some money and got that instead. And I did end up getting the turntables, but I've never yet have fully gotten into DJing with turntables, because I think my main focus, or like what gets my attention, is making music. So I actually fell into DJing like through my friend, right, gifting me that, and people asking me, hey, can you come DJ at my house party? Can you DJ here? And it was because their answer was like, you have a big variety of music. You have really like good music taste. And yeah, I was playing a lot of like classic house, everything I grew up listening to. New wave, like electro was big in 2006.
I think I have some of those little flyers floating around here. I'll look for them.
So yeah, like that was some of the stuff I had started playing, that what we call here in Chicago classics, right? Which like then I found out it's Italo disco, freestyle, you know, like any day, you know, that you put on Debbie Deb. When I hear music, you know, the girls from you know from Chicago, they're like, what? You know, even
well, I have something to say about that. Because it's not just the girls from Chicago. It's also the girls in Miami and the girls in New York. I'm sure the girls in California. So I feel like it's a good, you know, segue to like, I mean, that was a genre that was like, you know, had a lot of like Latina, like vocalists and was dance music. So I feel like that was some like representation there. And you know, bringing it back to like growing up in Miami for a second, like I mean, those are definitely classics for us. But one of the things I find really interesting is like, yeah, around that time, 2006 and earlier, like you know, I grew up listening to Miami booty bass. So for me, like it's really interesting making the connections between like juke and ghetto tech, and seeing how you know, Black and Brown communities and around the US were creating genres like in tandem with each other, or being influenced off of each other. Because for me, like the Detroit like is it ghetto tech, or is it like there's a Detroit like bass sound that's very similar to Miami bass sound for me. And then you have it in the same BPMs up in the like 160s and things like that. And you have like DJs in Miami like DJ Laz or Felix Sama and people like that who were you know, Latino artists that were making that kind of music as well, and really helping to like to expand that genre. And then you have also the similar dance vernacular that is how you dance to those styles with the Miami bass and juke. It's like a lot of like booty dance and pelvic thrust, and like, I mean, in Chicago we have like, I think it evolved right to footwork, or you have more different kinds of elements that are I mean, it's interesting because I feel like it is now, I don't see it as like as super gender, but I feel like maybe it was back in the beginning. So yeah, I just wanted to chime in there just to like draw some relationships of like what attracts me to like some of these styles is like, I see the connection between those genres in other places because of my upbringing. And you know, taking it back to the format, like I learned how to DJ on a laptop using Tractor. So for me to get to like the point where I can make a mix or like have DJ performances with vinyl, like I said earlier, is like a huge, like I had to consciously be like, I really want to learn how to mix vinyl. And part of the reason why I was even able to do that was because of Natalie's like turntables and her like mentality and experience around DJing really like has really shifted my perception. Because when I first started doing it, it was like I love to dance and I want to learn how to make other people dance, or not make other people dance, but how to enable that same kind of freedom and joy through music that I experience on the dance floor, and bring it into the DJ booth. And that's my main, was my main motivator. And so I wasn't thinking about it as a career. I was thinking about it as a joyful place to be. And so like by the time we met, which was like in 2018. So we met in 2013 through our friend Rose Hernandez had a performance at Lynx Hall. And called PlanetX, and Natalie was producing the music for it, and I was dancing in it. So I had just started DJing probably either earlier that year or in late 2012. I think I started DJing in 2013. So yeah, we meet, and she's making like these like acid kind of. How would you describe the music that you were producing for that show?
Yeah, like acid, like heavy bass, techno and house beats.
So yeah, that's how we met, and we were both like, okay, we both DJ. We were both like, we kind of hit it off, and then we got together. And the rest is history. But for those that don't know, so I think in 2014 we started to try to do some events together. We had an event called the Boom Boom Q that was modeled off of the Boom Boom Room, which was I think one of Natalie's like stomping grounds, and obviously it was like a big part in Chicago's house and dance music history. I went to the Boom Boom Room when it was at, what was that place in Wicker Park? It wasn't at the Green Dolphin. It was at that other place in Wicker Park. For
was
a
it
moment.
Red Dog? Is that where it was originally?
What did you say?
Red Dog? It was at Green Dolphin.
I can't remember.
I don't know if this is the original place, but it was the Green Dolphin, like the spot. And then after years of being there for a long time, I don't know if it's because they sold a building or something. They moved to, I think it was called like Red Dog on the second floor in Wicker Park, but it wasn't the same. It completely changed.
So we tried that, and we tried doing it at a spot in Logan Square, and it was horrible. And we were like, why are we trying to do things like on the north side? Because somebody offered us like an opportunity there. It's like at that point I think we were both living south. I was living in Pilsen, and Natalie was living like North Lawndale, Little Village, like near Douglas Park. And there was a spot called Juniors on Cermak and Hoyne, and it was a rock bar kind of or a sports bar kind of before. And one day we walked in there, and we were like, is this a gay bar now? Like, and so we realized that it was actually under, it was under gay management, and we asked if we could do an event there, and they said yes. And so that was the beginning of Tropiteca. That was in January of 2015. And I think I sent the first flyer that we had in the images. But we had performances, we had video artists, and then we had DJ sets. And the idea was to like kind of have a like tropical installation in the club that was coming from me, missing Miami. And it was like the dead of winter. So it's just like, I was just like, I just want to feel warm somehow. And then also wanting to have a space for like Natalie's love of house and techno, and having it being like, welcoming to like queer people of color, artists. And so that was our main goal, was to like create a space for ourselves and for like community. And so we had like I think we sent some like the first flyer and the first like promo images from Tropiteca, and we also have like a slideshow, but we don't have to play it now. But yeah, is there anything you want to like add about that? I want to change the viewpoint, because like now that Natalie's here, I wanted to show off her production studio with all the machines that she has back here. So I'm switching it to the production view here.
So as women, and like there's different generations, and our generation, I don't know, like I was definitely like going to different clubs and places. Like I knew right away, even before I stepped into the club, right? Like when I was in band and started DJing and dealing with misogyny. Like I dealt with that on the dance floor, even if I was just there as somebody that wanted to have a good time. So it's, you know, like hearing, you know, like it's a man's world, and it's definitely a male dominated industry. So yeah, as women, we have different experiences navigating this world, and definitely the club was not an exception. The party. So yeah, Tropiteca also happened because like I was definitely fed up going to a place where I just wanted to enjoy the music, enjoy the DJ that was booked from out of town, and like be surrounded by a bunch of like muscle heads who didn't deem my body worthy of being on the dance floor. So yeah, like that was definitely one of the inspirations for creating Tropiteca, a place that welcomes people, and people actually want to go to clubs, because I would invite friends like, hey, you want to come to this club with me? One of the places I frequented a lot once I turned 21 was Vision, which was like above Excalibur. And like that was a really pricey club. But that was like one of the biggest clubs here in Chicago. And the reason why I was able to go is because I had a couple of friends that worked at the door, that worked security, bottle service. So that was for me like my playground. Like my broke ass with like $30 on my bank account, like was able to get into this like $80 club and and roam around there for free. So that's how I was able to go there like every weekend. Like yeah, like just experiencing that type of stuff. And
yeah, like for me, like it's like having a non-normative gender identity or gender expression, right? Because like we're women, we also like identify as like non-binary or gender fluid. Like we had gender queer, you know, before non-binary was like a terminology. And so I would be out with like a glitter mustache and like a gender bending look, and people would be like really like really like thrown off by it. And you know, it was definitely a question of you know, like, you know, what are you and things like that. And I even got harassed at Berlin, which is like a gay club. And I remember the first time that Natalie took me to Smart Bar on a date. I had been to Smart Bar for you know, before, but it was like the first time that I really went on like a Saturday night, and it was like a lot of like white men, and I was like, am I really gonna pay $20 to like like come in here? And you know, we had some interesting experiences back before it was really normalized to have like gender neutral bathrooms, and to have you know, like to be having conversations with security and door staff about people's IDs and trans people and all that, which I think I do think Chances did a lot of work to like influence that, but we also had a lot of like, you know, underground events that were normalizing a more you know, a freedom of expression that you know, isn't based around other people's comfort. So
But I would say that you guys are very much in a moment like, you know, maybe like the original moments of house, and when, you know, when that culture was coming into being, and you had teen culture, you had queer culture, queer Black and brown culture pushing into space that wasn't really meant for them or there for them, you know, prior to. And so a lot of kind of doors or walls had to be broken down or pushed through, or spaces created. And so they were doing that work. And I see, you know, through things like Chances Dances and your own Tropiteca, that you're, you know, creating spaces like that now for the next generation that is maybe defining themselves even, you know, differently, you know. Why don't we we can look at the flyers that you all shared. Joe, can you bring those up for a second? And you could talk through those a little bit. And you mentioned them, but giving you a minute to kind of
sure.
show.
And really quick, I'll just say, like, you know, I don't mean to, like, you know, we're just talking from our experience. So I know that we for sure know that it's not like our generation was the first to do anything.
No,
you know?
and I'm saying that it's like, it's important for us to see these cycles, and that we're, you know, there's a circularity to that, right? That pushes us forward every time we make a new cycle. But there are things that we experience over and over again because maybe wider society is not ready for the change, you know, and, you know, so.
Totally. In our, we had a released documentary about a Pride event that we did last year through Chicago Park District. And you can watch it on YouTube if you search Chicago Park District and Tropiteca Queer Pride. But DJ Cqqchifruit is in there talking about how in the 80s, at the same time, you couldn't come out, you couldn't be who you were, but also at the clubs, you could be so free, and that was the place. And so I think that's really, you know, interesting that it's just about finding the place, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's talk through these photos that you got.
Yeah. That's you.
Yeah, so yeah, that's me in one of my studios. That's not the studio we're in now. But yeah, I mean, like, when I was 19, I gifted myself the big drum machine that's behind my back, the Roland MC 909. I remember I was so proud of myself. I saved like over $800 to get it at Guitar Center. And I got that because that was like one of the newest like Roland drum machines at the moment. But I was doing my research, right? I'm like, well, you know what? Like, I want to get the instruments and machines that like the artists that influence me, and I like their music. Like, I want to be able to make that style of music. But then it turns out that like they're really old. They were like back then they were 3,000. Now they're probably like 7,000, 8,000. You know, the infamous 909 and 808. So I was like, well, let me just like start off with that. But then, you know, it becomes of like, oh, well, I want to do this type of sound. And I do have one of the old school ones. I have the TR-707. So yeah, like that's pretty much how like my journey has been. But I mean, like going back to the whole, like with my iPod DJ, I actually see myself as a pioneer of you know, like now so many people use laptops,
digital.
They use digital, they use iPads and controllers because they are lightweight, because, you know, like they want to carry less things. So looking back now at people making fun of me, it's like actually like, you know, like I was
ahead of the curve.
yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Joe, could you? Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, there you are.
So there's the iPod DJ too. That's the one.
That's a little cut off at the top, just like my DJ set was. But where was this?
That was at one of my friends' apartments, a house party in Little Village.
And when was
that was probably in 2007, 2008, the latest. Yeah.
Ooh, that's me. Yeah, I like posing with the turntables now because they're really glamorous. Like they're really beautiful to see when you're playing, and they're shining. They're like gleaming. You could see your reflection in it almost. So anyway, this is a set that I did recently for an event, Diamond Formation, through Smart Bar, and it was with Red Bull, and this was like the first like quarantine event that I did, and we really went all out. So shout out to Colectivo Multipolar, who's our resident documentarian. She made an amazing video, so look out for, like, eventually I'll release it, but it's a good one. So we can just move on. So yeah, this is the flyer for our first Tropiteca event. It's a little bit cut off, but you can see we had like some visual artwork that was being displayed, the performances by Darling Shear and Shy Girl, which is her friend Rose. And yeah, we were just starting to develop that tropical and like techno aesthetic with the flyers. And eventually we got moved on to more advanced graphic design by Natalie's friend Oscar Salgado. But but yeah, we actually gave out flyers. Like, you know, a lot of people did, but yeah, that was our first flyer for our first event.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Cool. So I'll make sure to share that Chicago Park District video documentary of Tropiteca at when we go to our break, and I can shift over and put that in the YouTube comment stream, just to share that with the audience. But I mean, look, you guys have dropped a lot of things. I have like 10,000 notes, and you know. One of the things that I think is a through line from the previous panel and from a number of panels we've done over the past several years is just, especially in Chicago, like house music is like a rite of passage and is passed down through like, oftentimes through like community and through like, you know, family, your, you know, sisters, brothers, someone else in your family that kind of inducts you into, you know, that music. So it's just interesting to hear Natalie, you know, say something like that, you know. And I also get a real sense from the both of you that you pay attention to the history, the art of house music, you know, where it came from, both in terms of like the music, the production and the technology, you know, all of that. As important to your own trajectory as DJs and party producers. So I was going to ask if you could just talk a little bit more about like how you see that history, like, and how you invoke that in, you know, maybe talk a little bit about that through the set you played earlier, Jackie, in terms of like, you know, incorporating earlier sounds with what and more current stuff, like, yeah.
Do you want me to go first? Yeah. My set, I really wanted to run like the gamut of what has really inspired me out of, you know, post Miami, I guess, my life. And so some of the tracks that are, you know, in Spanish really resonated with me. The Race, Break for Love in Spanish, and then moving to more of a New York nods to Vogue style of house with the Love is the Message track. And I just really love like how like I feel like it is truly an intersectional genre, and listening to like the rhythms and how a lot of producers use, you know, instruments like congas or other, you know, sampled instruments to invoke that like a tribal sound and go back to that, you know, those early, you know, rituals of dancing and drums and things like that. So it feels like it's really primal. And so I love that it's like tapping into that, but also through this filter of technology and like, yeah, I just really love to like dance, and I love like the hard styles and I love the soft styles. And I try to move through genres in my sets because I like a lot of different kinds of music. And so for me, like as a dancer, I you know, I like to dance to different things. And I also like to like work up to something. So I like, and I've been influenced by a lot of, you know, just coming here later in my life. Yeah, I've been exposed to a lot of different styles and genres because of Natalie. So I don't know if you wanna jump in, but ultimately I'll just wrap that up to say that like I wanted my set to like reflect that intersection between Black community, Brown community, Spanish speaking community, and even you know, other like other races, because there were, you know, also white producers and other, you know, other communities that had you know, influence on the sounds. And so like, yeah, I think it's important to like acknowledge all of that, and you know, also like try to get some, you know, women and feminine voices in there as well. And so I try to, you know, drop in a little bit of everything that makes me want to dance.
I'll talk a little bit about, just because it's like at the top of my head right now. Last year, I got to play at the My House Music Festival that they've been doing in Pilsen. And my set, you can check it out on my Mixcloud. But that particular DJ set, like, it's like a odd to house, but also to like, because my set has some like past, right, like classic tracks, and it's got some like new tracks, and also it has some tracks that have like banda music mixed with house, like that hard house, and that really like talks about, like, it is like a little bit of like me telling my history with house music, but also like I know that like the general public here in Chicago that is just used to listening to the classics, I was like, I'm gonna play them some like newer banging house that they haven't heard, and it's really good. What's it called? But yeah, that's definitely a good mix for that. Going to like history, you know, like life is just like so interesting. Like, you know, like I that's why I just call this like my journey, right? And I used to go to Export, the gym on Harlem, because it's open 24 hours. And I became friends with like the guy that worked at the reception. And he was like, hey, I have a friend that, you know, he like has a DJ shop. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So one of those days, it was like a Saturday night. Instead of me being at a club, it's like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and I'm there hanging out, like drinking a smoothie. And I was like so proud of myself. I was like, hey, look at me now, you know, I'm not at a club. So I get introduced to someone named Benji. And Benji's like, yeah, you know, like, I was part of DJ International Records, and me, you know, like 3 in the morning, just like a little bit clueless. I'm like, oh, that sounds familiar. And luckily, they have computers at the gym. So I was like, oh, I need to see the logo. So like we pull up DJ International, and like as soon as I see that logo, it's like mind blown. I was like, oh my God, like I know this is one of the first record labels that like, you know, like put house music records out there. And like I was just talking to him for hours and just like soaking in all this like history, and like what his like part in house history has been. And we've actually been friends ever since. And every time I see him, there's always like, I always love when he tells me like a story or a moment of house music in the 80s, how he got to, he was really trying to spread the word of house, and how like the I don't know if it was the Tribune or the Sometimes was like shutting him down, and then all of a sudden there were reporters coming from the UK, and he still has like some of the first original articles and magazines that talks about house in other countries. So yeah, who I'm talking about is Benji Espinosa. What's it called? So yeah, like I was listening to part of the other DJs and producers that were in this panel right before us, and I definitely do want to chime in and agree with one of the last things that they were saying. And it's like, yeah, the Latinx community does have a vital role in the history of house music, like especially hearing from Benji, like, you know, like back then compared to like now, the DJs, you know, like they were busy DJing or producing, but they had to have a whole team to do marketing, to do, you know, press, to promote their records.
We need a whole team. It's just the two of us. It's like so much work.
And yeah, now you know, like artists now, like, you know, with social media and technology, like you can do everything with your phone, right? And but it's like back then, to actually like if it wasn't for that whole team, and I think a lot of people like just focus mainly on a lot of like the DJs, especially the superstars, and who created house, and then right the old house heads, like they're like, oh, this person created house, and no, like, you know, this was actually disco. But what's it called? I think that there's definitely a lot of stories that need to be told, because there's so many angles. And even like listening, like I said earlier, to the panel, like it was really cool to listen to some other perspectives. Like I know somebody talked about a record, like Girls on the Floor Just Move. I'm like, I have that. I actually have that record. Like, yeah, so I definitely love and respect, and like I'm here for like all the history, you know, especially because like a lot of people that started like are probably in their 60s, 70s, you know, and life is not forever. So being able to hear it straight out of, you know, like the person, and not this person so and so, and like, you know, it's not like this person told me about this person about. So I think it's important to get those stories now and get different views, because yeah, like that's why like it for us, I think like we love to talk about First Lady is the first one to like mention this, like our chapter in the story of house music.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I couldn't have said any of that better myself. That is why we exist, and why we will continue to do this work. I want to thank you both for being part of today's conversation, and for sharing a set with us earlier, Jackie. And yeah, I mean, you know, you all are now part of history, so make sure you hold on to all your stuff. And, you know, we want to include some of that in the map. But, you know, it's important that folks hold on to what they have and start to, so that, you know, so we don't lose that as part of the record. It's important. So
thank you so much, Maida and Honey
thank you, and feel better, Natalie. Feel
Thank
better.
you.
Rest up.
Yeah, just recovering.
I thank you for getting up and being part of this
I don't know
conversation.
if you can tell, she's a talker, so I think that's what got her. What to talk, it doesn't stop. So
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
All
what
right.
you're.
Okay, so we got cut off a little bit. Thank you again, Jackie and Natalie, La Spacer, and DJ Cqqchifruit for the panel conversation. We are going to go into our next set with DJ Greedy, who is Jesse De La Pina. Curated this last part of today's session. So this set is going to take us into our last panel, looking at kind of alternative music as part of the 80s dance music scene as well. So I'm gonna give it over to DJ Greedy.
hide behind. Love is the field to grow inside, and when I sometimes close my eyes, my mind starts spinning around. Love is the baby in your mother's arms. Love is your breath which takes me warm, and when I sometimes close my eyes, my mind starts spinning around. There is a feeling flows through me when you're beside that melted vein. My idol lost into bright, and all the pictures we run through seem to be perfect, simply true, and nothing is still forever, especially stay together. Love is a shield to hide behind. Love is a field to grow inside, and when I sometimes close my eyes, my mind starts spinning around. Love is the baby in your mother's arms. Love is your breath which takes me warm, and when I sometimes close my eyes, my mind starts spinning around.
We're riding over and DJ Greedy, DJ Greedy, DJ Greedy, DJ Greedy.
We wanted to become special people in this lonely, broken place. And after all the years had gone, only a few of us ever reached our goals. Some of us are still trying hard. To the governments of the world, to greed, to anger, to war, to hatred, to racism, to religion, to disease, to destruction, to the bombs, to confusion, to reality, to the jealousy, to the governments of the world.
When it gets late at night, I move round in the dark and leave when it gets light. I sit around by day, tied up in chains so tight. These crazy words are mine, so wrong they can be right. this. I always try, I always miss. One of these days you'll go back to your home. You won't even notice that you are alone. One of these days when you sit by yourself, you'll realize you can't chat without someone else. In the end you will submit. It's got to hurt you a little bit.
What a beautiful combination, sending shivers up and down my spine. And the lovers that you sent for me didn't come with any satisfaction guarantee. So I'll return them to the sender, and the note attached will read, how I love to hate you, I love to hate you, I love to hate you, I love to hate you.
Hi, we're back. Thank you, DJ Greedy. And thank you for agreeing to join this final panel. So it's great. We'll be able to have both of our DJ sets today where we have folks play and then join the conversation. So we're going to bring in for our final panel, Jesse De La Pina, who was one of our co-curators for the day and will be moderating this final panel. That is about exploring Chicago's early Latino alternative dance music scene. Yeah, and so, you know, Jesse is a host and a producer at Vocalo Radio 91.1. He's also the founder of Vocalo's DJ collective Quest for the Beat, DJ competition. And I mean, Jesse's been around. He's a cultural treasure within this scene, and has had many a party in both crossing both hip hop and house and other genres of music. So I'm gonna shift it over to Jesse, and he's gonna introduce our other three guests for the day, and I'll come back at the close. Oh.
All right, I think I'm on. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. It's good to be a part of this. It's always fun when we get a chance to share some stories, but mainly tell a lot of the stories that normally don't get a chance to, you get a chance to hear. You know, I've been involved in Chicago music since the mid 80s. As a graffiti artist, as a breakdancer, DJ, promoter, retailer, band member, and later in radio. So, you know, my tastes kind of are wide ranging. And, you know, for me, it takes me back to my childhood and music that we grew up on, whether it was house music, listening to the mix shows. That was always a very important thing, and it was my introduction to a lot of it, hip hop, house music, new wave, what you may call it. So today we're going to talk about a few things, and we're mainly going to talk about the early days of the Latino or Latinx alternative dance scene. And I wanted to have a good perspective. And, you know, I did my research really trying to reach out to a lot of Northside Latino DJs. And I did reach out and I found a few that made sense to be a part of this panel. And the other thing I should say, there are a lot of people that we could have included in this, but when you're only dealing with 3 guests, it gets very tricky. So we were really on a mission to try to tell that wide range of what was happening, because a lot of these things were happening simultaneously in different parts of the city and the suburbs. So today, I just want to thank everybody, also especially Honeypot Performance, Chicago Black Social Cultural Map series for doing this. They're doing great work, and I urge you guys to make a donation if you can. It's very important that we do this type of stuff, and we, you know, try to broaden the conversation when it comes to the history of all this stuff. So, you know, that I want to also thank everybody who was on earlier before, the DJs, the panelists, David Chavez, everybody, great job. And I think this is a step in the right direction to bridging the gap with the younger crowd and the older crowd, and really just kind of learning from each other. A lot of things I learned today listening to the 2 young ladies earlier, and I look forward to kind of having more conversation. Today we're going to have a slight switch up. Our good friend Pablo Punkao Gonzalez had to last minute back out. He was stuck at work. So we also going to talk to DJ Greedy, who's going to be filling in that South Side Little Village WCYC Radio Arte perspective. I thought it was important to have a North Sider, and I really wish we could talk to Pablo. We did some pre-interviews and stuff, so I'm going to see if I can actually share that at some point. I really think his story is very important. Pablo is a major figure when it comes to this music, so it's very important to hear from him. So we will connect at some point, and like I said, I did a pre-interview with him, and we talked about a lot of the same things, so I hope to share that with you guys. We should introduce the panelists. I think you guys know enough about me. You guys probably, if you follow me on social media, you know I'm a part of the Buffalo Radio Family 91.1 FM, and you can catch me there at 5 o'clock and Friday night shows and all that good stuff. I urge you to continue to support stations like Buffalo. These kind of performances, they're very important to what we do. So without further ado, I want to introduce the panel, the panelists. Mr. Miguel Martin, DJ Transit. He's part of the Echo Droids project, Synth Outfit. What else? He's part of the Buffalo DJ Collective. Welcome, Miguel.
Hey there, how are you? Thanks for having me.
I would say you have the shortest bio out of everybody. I know you have a lot of other stuff to share, but I like it. I like it short and sweet.
Short and sweet. I mean, no need to blab, you know?
A lot of interesting things, and we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the streams and all the things you're involved in a little later. Also want to introduce Mr. Munoz, aka Jimmy Cognac, the Reverend Jimmy Cognac, many aliases, my good friend from the South Side, but a little further south. He's from Blue Island. He's a veteran of the Chicago house and new wave DJ scene in the 80s, inspired by obviously the Hot Mix 5 and WBMX. This kind of created his desire to become a DJ. Back then he was buying vinyl records, domestic and import. And, same kind of story how we all started, got some turntables and a mixer, and the rest is history. He also is a featured member of Vocalo's, kind of reoccurring rotation. So you can definitely find him on Vocalo. And then we'll move on to our final panelist, and you just heard from him, Mr. DJ Greedy. Excellent set. I would say Greedy's a great DJ, but people or DJs have to really understand the programming aspect. And aside from being a great DJ and hearing music and knowing the music and being very knowledgeable, is putting it together in a way that is, smooth and kind of, and I give it up to Greedy for doing it. He's an excellent programmer. So much respect, Greedy. I'm happy to have him part of the team, our DJ collective and monthly residents. It's all kind of part of, the Vocalo Radio family. I'm going to just give a little background on the scene, and I'm going to kind of pose a couple questions to kind of start things off to the panel. I want to also encourage everybody listening to ask questions, chat, and Veda and the crew, Joe, will get them to us. Hopefully we'll be able to answer most of them. Kind of going back, when I think about this sound, well, let me just say this. I thought it was important to have different perspectives. I didn't want to make this all South Side thing or a little village thing or even a North Side thing, but I want to give it up, and I want to give props to the people who inspired us to do this type of music and whatnot. So we're going to acknowledge a lot of DJs, promoters, and stuff that were in the very early days. Hopefully we'll be able to start the conversation so we can continue it and talk about one of the mid-90s into the 2000s, how the scene has changed. So I thought it was important to start at the beginning for our scene. And I think that starts probably in the mid-80s. And we're going to cover from then until about maybe the probably 90s. And I think that's a good chunk of time in that era. Let me just make sure I got all my stuff together before we get into this. Let me just make sure. I just want to check my notes for a quick second. Hope you guys are doing well on this Saturday. Definitely having a lot of fun. Miguel, are you doing a live thing tonight, or are you off?
No, I'm actually in a cabin in rural Michigan right now. Yeah, so we, my wife and I went out here to go to a dark sky park to go, because I just recently bought this massive ass telescope. So took it out to go and see, and it turned out all right, and had some clouds, but it cleared up later at night, and it was fun. So we're just here, just chilling right now.
Well, I'm glad with technology we can all be here and we can all have this conversation. Today, I want to talk about Chicago's alternative dance music scene, but the Latinx or the Latino version of it, because that spans a lot, and we all know a lot of this music originated on the north side. There's a lot of clubs like Medusa, Neo, Exit, and stuff we have to acknowledge. But I thought it was important to focus on the Latin side of things, because that's what I knew. That's how I was introduced to it. I was going up to the north side, and I was bringing a lot of this back to the south side. And a lot of it was new to the scene, to the time. So I want to acknowledge all those people that, made it happen before we discovered it on the south side. We got to give it up to, where it came from. And that is definitely a north side thing. But we built this thing, and I kind of stepped away from it and did other stuff, and the guys continued it, and it kind of built. And now, on the south side, there's a very heavy Latino presence when it comes to this music. Whether it's the stuff they're doing currently or before pandemic and Exit, and all the different little scenes and little subcultures. So the word, alternative music is kind of an umbrella that encompasses a lot of different music. Most people, said or called it new wave or industrial, But then when you get into this term, alternative dance music or underground dance music, indie dance, that encompasses a lot of different sounds. And that was like new wave, industrial, new beat, synth pop, experimental, alternative rock, goth, punk, electronic dance, EBM, Manchester. And, I know I'm forgetting some, but that was all that was kind of encompassed in the sound. And then as we move forward, you know, we can talk about the bands and stuff that were kind of synonymous with this sound. Bands like New Order and Kraftwerk, Depeche Mode, Erasure, The Cure, Pet Shop Boys, Nitzareb, DAF, Ministry, Funk 242. And then we move into the 90s. You know, we get into the Prodigy, Nine Inch Nails, Shaman, and all of those groups. And it all kind of works together in this particular kind of scene that's happening. I want to give it up to early Chicago bands like Ministry, like Die Warsaw, and even the local bands from like the Southeast side, like the Bedbugs, and you know, musicians like Barb Clifford, and also give it up to house musicians that were a part of this early scene too, because Shay Jones, who's a great, known as more of a house music singer, she's on a lot of those early Ministry records. And we were in a band together called Liquid Soul at some point. So, or the Booty Kings before Liquid Soul. So that's a whole other conversation. But I want to acknowledge these people because they're very important to the scene. And even people like Martin Serranaga from Los Crudos, he always talks about his influence with Club Naked and that particular. And, you know, he's in a whole different hardcore scene, and, you know, in South America, and he's, you know, back here in Chicago. So these are all conversations that all kind of, when you're connecting the dots, they all kind of come together. We're going to talk about record labels that were synonymous with this. Obviously, we can't forget about Wax Trax records. We can't forget about, you know, Play It Again Sam, Network, 4AD, ZYX, 4AD, you know, more, you know, Cockatoo Twins, you know, Dead Can Dance, that gothic sound and stuff. So all of that was a part of this. We're going to get into the questions, but I want to cover just a little bit. I think this music and this scene was about being different. I think it was an alternative. It was an alternative to what was going on at the time. It was an alternative to pop and B96. It was, you know, that it was something a little bit different. And that was kind of where we were in the 80s going into the 90s. All right, we're going to get into some questions, and I'll kind of put it out there, and then I may just kind of call on some of you guys with a specific question. But let's pass it around, and we'll start with Miguel. How were you introduced to this music, and when was this?
I think initially it probably started hearing it on commercial radio, because back in the 80s, it was a lot more diverse, and you were hearing things like Depeche Mode and New Order on there. So I think truthfully for me, it was like probably about my very first exposure to the new wave sound was probably around 85, 86, hearing Depeche Mode's People Are People on the radio. And, you know, I mean, I was like, okay, this is cool. I mean, I was a little kid, you know, but I was probably like 10 or something like that. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. You know, I remember hitting record on my little radio, you know, on my cassette player to record that song because it was kind of resonated with me. But other than that, you know, I wasn't even DJing yet. And I think my real exposure to that whole genre was probably seeing you, Jesse, play at some like random yard party in probably like 1986 or 87. You know, you in your Adidas jumpsuit with that mohawk, you know, playing this like stuff that I never heard of before. And I was like, whoa, this is really cool. And I was hanging out with like John Torado and all them people out there, you know, Southwest Side thing. So that's kind of my first exposure, I would say, to this music. Jesse, you're can't hear you.
The silence.
Yeah.
Enjoy the silence. There
right?
we go.
There we go. while Jesse fixes his headset and mic.
Yeah, while Jesse fixes his mic, I think you all could just keep going around with that.
Absolutely. No, I guess I can start off with you know, the Hot Mix 5 kind of introduced the whole mixing of music, you know, whether it be disco, Italo house, and stuff of that nature. So the songs that kind of really stuck out that were a little different, that kind of led me into that new wave direction for like Hypnotic Tango or Bostage by Yellow, stuff that Yazoo, Don't Go, stuff like that kind of stood out. And once you saw the video, you then understood of like how people were dressing, how people were acting. There was attitudes, there was fashion and all that good stuff. So that's where it kind of started for me. And that's where I started collecting records of that nature, of all the new wave stuff. And, Ann Clark, can be played just about anywhere, and people are going to move to hear something like that, or Darkness. But so that's how it kind of started for me. And I still love the type of music. I think they're doing a really good job of interpreting the old sound with the new. And I think it's, it kind of still, exists. It's kind of the fungi of today's alternative or house music. That's what kept me going in the game.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Back. All right, sorry, I should put these earbuds on, and that just sabotaged the conversation. All right, let's move on to Greedy. I know you're a little bit younger than us, but give us an idea from your perspective.
I think I got to say that I was probably at a house party. I was at a house party in Little Village. And Victor Lua was DJing there with Louis Segura. And that was the first time I actually heard alternative music, alternative and industrial. And I was like, whoa, this is a whole new world, So I started record shopping after that and started watching the videos as well, and just got put onto that culture that way.
All right. Basically, just kind of moving on. I know you guys mentioned some of the artists. What was it about this particular music or the scene that you connected with? And how was it different to everything else that was going on? Jimmy.
Well, like I said, as far as connecting with the music, those were some of the tracks that kind of stood out, and you knew anybody that was kind of listening to that track was a little bit different, So, and as far as the scene, we met at Club Naked, and that's when I was kind of doing my thing. I wasn't aware that, a lot of people were kind of mixing that type of stuff as far as, that new wave music, and except for like, up north and Medusas or stuff like that. But on the south side, there was, a couple guys that were collecting records, friends of mine that we'd always practice. And, but then when we met, then you kind of opened up the scene to me, what was going on at like some of those Caesar's Inn and all those other places that we would DJ at. So that's how I kind of got exposure, was with Jesse. I don't know if you guys know that, but yeah. And I was, like Jesse says, I was that fifth Beatle that nobody really knew about, Everybody was like, who's that cat, man? What's he, where's he from and whatever. But, we were just so excited just to get up there and start DJing. And, a lot of the DJs that were there were on the flyer, but I really never got a chance to meet them, or kind of hello, goodbye kind of thing. But, everybody was just there to have a good time and listen to everybody else mix and see what kind of music they were playing, and, just trying to be different.
I think what Jimmy was referring to is back when we created the New Division, our DJ group back then, there was a logo that was drawn by Andy Kudelka of Rich DeVizio, myself. There was three of us, and that kind of went around on the flyer. They put the logo hand drawn, and they're all like, "Where's Jimmy in the logo? Who's this guy? He's not in the logo." So we still joke about that to this day. We're gonna have Andy draw you in, Jimmy, at some point.
At some point, right?
This just back so many good memories about the scene, because I think back then we were all looking for our identity. We were all looking to do something a little different, and I think that we were all involved in the house music scene. I was a little more in the hip hop scene, and it was an alternative to what everybody else was doing. Can you guys talk a little bit? I don't know if all of you guys will be able to talk in depth about it. But can you talk about Herb Kent's Punk Out show? It was a little before my time. I discovered it later, but everybody knew, or most people in Chicago know Herb Kent as a steppers kind of DJ, but he had been in the game so long that in the 80s, he had a Punk Out show, and he played a lot of great music that was technically new wave, and they called it Punk Out, but it was a combination of stuff. It was funkier stuff. It was Italo disco. It was like, you know, B-52s and Devo and all that stuff. And we were kind of unknowingly being influenced by this. Had no idea that it even happened until years later, probably, you know, 8 to 10 years before we were even in our scene, kind of doing our thing. Mainly by a younger African-American crowd, Southsiders, Southeast Siders, West Siders. Can any of you guys talk about that particular scene?
I can't say that I was very familiar with it at all when I started. I think actually my introduction or even knowing about Herb Kent was, again, like probably 10, 15 years down the line after I was doing it. And then you start kind of doing research on, you know, when you just kind of start trying to figure out where did this all come from as far as the Chicago scene is concerned. And his name came up, you know, a lot. And but as far as like actually experiencing it or nothing, I was never, I mean, I think it was just before my time, and just I can't really, you know, say that I was there or experienced it, unfortunately.
And I think I spoke to Jimmy, and he was kind of, you know, baffled by the idea that, you know, Herb had a new wave shit. Greedy, I'm assuming you're a little younger, so I don't know if you can add more to that.
Sorry, gotta pass on this one.
So I think, you know, we're going to go through some of these questions, but I think it's important before we dive too deep in to acknowledge a lot of those early DJs. So you can't have this conversation, even though we're focused on the Latinx side of it, you can't have this conversation without acknowledging Northside, the Medusa's DJs. Your Mark Stevens, Bud Sweet, Harry Bristol, Val, Psycho B, Scrappy, Tommy, rest in peace.
Jeff Payson, you know.
Yeah, Jeff Payson.
Yeah.
Dave Roberts, Club 950, Jeff Moyer, who kept things going through the Dome Room and stuff like that, and is currently still doing things you know, as we speak, and we're in COVID. Also got to shout out your scary lady, Sarah. So that whole scene evolved from the early days, and they kind of kept that thing going. So we're talking about kind of telling our version of it, and there's parts where it intersects, but we can't really, you know, move forward without acknowledging those people. Also, you know, people like Bobby Shea, who passed away, who was really heavily into this music, who helped break a lot of this music and even house music. You know, I've had conversations with Benji Espinoza from DJ International, DJ Records, about Bobby Shea. And I think one of the most important DJs from this time that not a lot of people talk about is Joe Garza. And I don't know a lot about Joe Garza, but his name comes up a lot when I have conversations with Jeff Payson. He was one of the original DJs at Exit. And I'm not talking about Exit on North Avenue, the original Exit on Wells in Old Town.
Oh, wow.
He is an important figure to learn about. And hopefully we can have a conversation and dig a little deeper. And he's a Southside. He's from the, you know, the K-Town area. So he'd have these, you know, big parties at his house, and he'd invite everybody and cook for everybody. I heard a lot of great things about Joe Garza. So I want to dig deeper at some point down the line and find out more about him. Also, we can't, you know, have this conversation without acknowledging people like John Lopez. Some people know John Lopez, Club Naked, but more people know him as Johnny Fiasco from Pilsen. He was the original DJ at Club Naked, and Club Naked was probably the most important thing to happen on the South Side for our scene that kind of brought a lot of us together. So we have to acknowledge the four guys, you know, behind it. And still, there's a lot of people that were involved in Club Naked. We can't forget Troy, Brian, Sang, Johnny, and then, you know, there's people like Yvette and can't forget Adam, his brother Chunk of
Jose.
Jimmy, did you say something?
Oh no, I said Jose and his boy. They always come out.
Yeah. So there was a lot of people, but Club Naked was a very important piece of the puzzle later, the new scene. So I want to talk a little bit more about that. And I'll pose the question about Club Naked, but I also want to acknowledge people who were personal influences for me. Guys like Lugo Rosado, Import Sounds, somebody I went to school with, who wasn't necessarily a new wave alternative DJ, but he played a lot of that music. And I would go to his house and I'd write down titles. And, you know, I'd listen to the records. And, you know, so he set me on a path with this music. He didn't play it fully, but, you know, he was one of the first people that I know that had Nitzareb records, and heard Murderous. A lot of the high energy DJs were playing the instrumentals of these tracks, these soft cell tracks, Infectious, and all these ones we heard at the parties. And there were little elements that kind of stuck out to me. And then I just started trying to track all these down and put it all together. But before we do that, we'll talk a little bit more in the conversation about the next generation, your Louis Segueras and, you know, Jesse Mendoza and you know, all the Alcantar brothers and, you know, Rigo and Victor Luau. And that's kind of the next generation. I want to acknowledge all this. It's all part of the scene. But can you guys talk about Club Naked, Jimmy? Maybe you can start the conversation off. What was Club Naked and how did it influence you?
Well, I honestly, I forget how I heard about it. It was probably kind of like a word of mouth, and it was the one that was on Halstead. That was the first one, right, Jess?
Yes.
Cermak?
That was the second one.
Oh, okay, yes.
Fullerton was the first.
Yeah, so I met Brian and Johnny and, you know, just shooting, you know, shit with them. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I DJ. So it's like, yeah, come on down and do a set. So that's when I met you guys there. And, you know, I forget, you know, I played some Ministry track and you guys were pretty surprised that I played it. And then, you know, we kind of talked about it. But yeah, it was really cool because, you know, you got to meet people from different sides of town. You know, and I actually brought a couple of my friends with me to check it out, and you know, they really dug it. You know, it was different, just the way it wasn't just like for music. They were also doing art because Brian and Troy and his brother were artists, and you know, so they were kind of doing like dramatical stuff and you know, lighting and like whatever, a big ass doll or something crazy. But yeah, they kind of set this, you know, the scene and became a staple of that type of music, you know. But they, you know, they were also playing some house stuff that was like a little bit more acidy or stuff like that. But definitely introducing the alternative side of like that new wave sound. So yeah, I mean, they just, you know, they did a pretty good job, like you said, for the South Side version of Medusas.
Miguel, can you add a little more to the conversation?
I think my start with that whole crew, I was still a little too young to go to Club Naked, but I ended up going to their second iteration, which was, you know, the new scene, which was right off of Halstead and like Roosevelt. And that was when I was introduced to all of them and started going to their parties there. Again, it was kind of probably the same concept that they had for Club Naked, which was they used to do a lot of art installations, really crazy things like these slides. I remember they used to have that, you know, that people just would slide from the second floor down to the first floor. You know, it was really crazy stuff. And it was just, you know, one of those things where I'd say it was very blurry there because we would go under the viaduct, under the expressway and drink like, you know, Mad Dog, whatever, before we'd go in. And so the actual, you know, experience there a lot of times was very blurry, but I remember it was enjoyable. Very
That's
enjoyable.
funny.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, guys, can you still hear me? Because I'm hearing my mic is still pretty low and muffled. Is that the case?
Yeah, it's just muffled, that's all. I mean,
yeah.
I may switch it up and put on these headphones real quick while we do this. But Greedy, let me pose a question. I mean, what are your thoughts? What did you hear about Club Naked?
You know, I don't I was too young to go there, but I do recall there was another spot. I don't know if you guys ever went to it on Paline and 18th called the Median,
Wow.
and that was like one of my hangout spots. If it wasn't that, it was Alcatraz.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of those, but I've never gone, to be honest with you. See the Club Naked or, some of the house parties on the south side with Jesse and, just a lot of basement parties that were just, you kind of word of mouth and you just ended up there and everybody was cool, so it wasn't like, it was just, a scene. It was just like you're there to party and hang out and drink some Mad Dog like Miguel and,
Or Boone's Farm. Or Boone's Farm. It was either one of those two.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I do recall, like you said, Greedy, like the Median and Alcatraz. I was a resident at Alcatraz for quite a few years, so that was my hangout for sure. And I know I've done probably spots at the Median as well, at some point. Again, a lot of it was a blur.
I recall going up to you asking for requests there.
I know a lot of it was a blur, but it was fun times, definitely.
I have no idea what that was.
So the median right now, it's a barber shop. It's right next to the gasoline station in Pilsen on Paline and 18. So it was like a storefront. They had video games in the front, but it was a closed up business, and it was just like all, someone had gutted it out, put up drywall, and it was just like a big warehouse looking place. Miguel played there, Fast Boy Hobby, and a couple of other alternative DJs.
Oh wow!
Great to hear. Let's talk a little bit more about maybe the Wax Tracks connection. That was kind of a fun time, and it's definitely synonymous with the entire scene. What was great about Wax Tracks is a lot of the music or the people who are putting out the music, these bands, these artists, the ones who are local, you'd actually see working at the record store. You'd see Frankie from Real Pill Cult ringing you up, or it was a cool time, and they were really good about suggesting other music. Upstairs you go, the Mean Girls worked upstairs. No offense to Julie and everybody, but we all were like, man, those chicks are so mean. I don't want to go upstairs.
But you had to go upstairs because that's where all the T-shirts were, and I would stock up like crazy. So, but yeah, I remember having to actually, making these like weekly trips up north to with my friend John Torado. We'd be like, all right, we're gonna go Sunday after church. Because, we were forced to go to church because we went to Catholic school. So after church, we'd go jump on the bus, and get that super transfer and head up north, go to, we would always hit up Wax Tracks, go buy records, buy a T-shirt, and then go up a little bit more north to Gramophone and, and even Dave's Rare Records and just try to find, all like the Razormaids and, again, like all, anything that was coming out, we would just, unfortunately at the time, you didn't have listening stations, so you kind of bought records by chance. And so, because they wouldn't let you open them. So, I mean, a lot of times you'd come home, you're like, yeah, I got this. And you listen to it, like, damn, this sucks. Like I wasted, $10 on this. And it's like, but, that's the way it was then. I mean, I have crates and crates of records of just garbage that you ended up thinking was going to be cool, but ended up being crap. But yeah.
It's funny, those crap records that you kind of put to the side, you bring them out every once in a while and you're like, you know what, this is pretty cool. You know what, I wasn't ready to experience. It's kind of like, having that 12-inch or that EP and playing the popular song and then later discovering there's a song that was so much better that no one played that was on the B-side or second track.
A lot more experimental stuff, yeah.
Yeah, right. Wax Track was definitely a fun time. I'm going to get back to some of the questions. Do you guys remember, and maybe this pertains to you guys or maybe it doesn't, at the time of kind of playing a lot of this music, do you remember kind of what it was like to play this music and people not really kind of receive it as far as, clearing dance floors and kind of, finding ways to kind of work it into some of the Italo and the high energy stuff people knew, but it wasn't at the early stages. It wasn't that easy to kind of break a lot of this music. It was a very acquired taste. And can any of you guys talk about that?
Well, is that cool?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Well, basically, I was fortunate enough to be lucky that I at the timing when I was DJing that music, that, you know, I came across Club Naked and people reacted to it, you know, with ease, you know, so it wasn't like, you know, I had a problem playing what I thought was cool or I thought, you know, people would dig. They were just, you know, bouncing around, shaking their heads and doing what they do, you know, back in the day. But, you know, it was pretty easy actually until, you know, you made that mixtape just for somebody and, you know, you had to kind of throw in something that they would like and then throw in like a new wave track in there for them and see how they react. And if they liked it, then they'd be like, oh, what was the name of that track and blah, blah, blah. So it was, yeah, it was kind of flawless for me. I didn't ever get that reaction.
I think for me, I feel like at that time playing that music, it was very fresh. And people that went out, at least to the parties that I played at, you know, they were going out to hear new stuff or to try to see what the DJ was going to play that's going to like make them, you know, like be like, what the hell is this? You know, I mean, unfortunately, that doesn't happen much these days. You know, people want to go out and hear what they hear on their radio and what they hear in their car, and they don't really want to experience new stuff, which is sad, but it is what it is. But I think it was just, you know, it gave me a chance to experiment with like some more deeper tunes, you know, then, you know, of course you'd have to play your front 2/4-2s and your, you know, and your Nitzerebs, but also dig deeper into like just lesser known tracks that you found digging around at Wax Tracks or digging around at Gramophone. But I think for the most part, you know, people were very receptive and they kind of knew when I played that they were not going to hear just the hits. And another cool thing about it too is that scene kind of brought in people that dressed up, you know what I mean? Like, and less of a kind of thuggish element, less of a gangbanger element. So that was kind of cool as well. Of course, the fashion side of it.
I think you definitely raised some points when you think about the gangbangers. How many parties were ruined gangbangers? I can think of many on in Lawndale Hall or in any of those you know, house parties in the village or back of the yards. Party was good, and then, you know, you let the gangbangers in there. Oh, they're gonna be cool. They're gonna be cool. Before you know it, you know, they're sitting over there, got the leather jacket over the arm, in front of them.
or like the crazy parties like at Troy Winston's house, you know, where it's like you'd be playing. I mean, they were just extremely diverse there. It's like, you know, you'd be playing new wave, and then they'll also have like the, you know, the freestyle and house DJs and Italo disco, and you'd have like that crazy mixture of people in there. It was like, you know, gays, it was gangbangers, you know, straight people, and that's where like, yeah, gay gangbangers. That was the freakiest thing. I mean, that was like 12, 13 going to these parties and, you know, experiencing these hard ass gangbangers when their boys come up and like they all of a sudden hug each other, give kisses, and it's like, whoa, what is this? But hey, you know, it was a growing experience, you know, and it was
you know, back then, and I know they talked about that teen club. I think Phatman was talking about that, and that kind of, you know, opened our minds to things. Definitely want to give it up and respect to Troy Winston for the taste. Definitely a major figure in Chicago. He had some amazing parties. He was a host of a lot of my parties. Before we move on, Greedy, anything you want to add to you know, playing this music? Any pushback when you started playing it?
No, I think you guys hit it on the spot. You know, growing up with house parties, you know, doing daytimes and everything. You know, having, you know, your cousin who's, you know, letting someone in that, like you said, that's a gangbanger, and, you know, they come up to you and they're like, hey, change the tune, you know, but then, you know, they see everybody else that's vibing, and then next, you know, they're in there slam dancing, you know, to Nitzareb, you know, so it's pretty fun, you know, being able to sort of reintroduce that to the community, if you can say that.
It became easier. I think in the 90s and the 2000s, people look forward to that music. But I think with anything, when it's new, you're definitely gonna have pushback. And I think for me, maybe it's just a personal thing. Anytime I played music, when I played hip hop, people didn't want to hear it. When I played new wave, people didn't want to hear it. When I played acid jazz or drum and bass, it was always in a place where not everybody was, and you're like, oh, not this dude again.
Right.
That kind of goes with the territory. I mean, there are DJs in general that are looking to kind of change the world. There are a lot of other DJs that don't look at it that serious. They just want people to dance. People don't want to get too deep. So I get that. But I went through my phase, and I'm still that person that is going to give you the stuff I think you need to know, not versed on everything you know. I'm always going to push the envelope.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, guys. And let me just say, and it's kind of turned into a Vocalo DJ thing. We didn't plan it this way. We had Pablo in the mix. Unfortunately, if you're joining us now, he was not able to make it. He got stuck at work. So hopefully we're going to have him part of a future conversation. I did record a pre-interview with him. I'm going to try to share. So I think it's important to, let Pablo talk about his history. And we should talk about that because Pablo, was a Northsider. He was a name that I discovered when he was doing guest mixes on WBMX, WGCI in the 80s. He was a younger kid. He was my age, and we were experiencing all this stuff pretty early on. And then he got into throwing parties with the Majestic Spinners. He did some pretty notable stuff. I'll pull up his bio and stuff, but I definitely want to give it up to Pablo. Let me just go over his bio real quick. Pablo, in the mix since 1982. He was featured on WBMX, GCI, WCYC, where a lot of new wave crowd knew him for it. And also, he's been on various radio stations. We featured him on Vocalo. Started the Majestic Spinners and his own dance promotion in 1984. So he was kind of ahead of the game already. He was technically a good DJ. He started doing his own events, and they were big events. He was doing stuff at the Aragon Ballroom. I mean, that's a massive room for a younger DJ to be doing these events. That's pretty impressive. He also did stuff at Marina City 300, Centrum Hall, Armitage Hall. He was one of the early Alcatraz resident DJs with Miguel and Louie, like some of the other guys, Louie Segura. Stuff at the AC Club, Apollo 2000. I know they brought up some of the live bands like Anything Box and Concan and all that stuff. So definitely want to acknowledge that. He's definitely recognized as one of our major contributors for this particular alternative sound in the Latinx community. So through radio, through his mobile events, definitely Pablo is an important figure and a piece of this puzzle. Okay, as we move on to some more questions, and you know what, guys who are in the chat kind of listening, hopefully we're shedding some light. Hopefully we're reliving some memories. But if you have some questions, put them out in the chat and they will feed them to us. Hopefully we'll be able to get to most of them. I'm not sure how we're doing on time. Maybe just give us a little update so we can kind of keep this moving forward. Do any other
30 minutes? We should probably look at the slides.
Yeah, let's do that. How many more minutes do we have?
30.
30. Oh, that's good. Okay. Yeah. Pablo actually gave us some images, and we can feature some of those. I pulled out some flyers, but mainly photos and whatnot. And I'll talk a little bit. We can have a conversation around that. So if you're joining us right now, we are definitely talking about the early days in the Latinx alternative dance music scene. I'm Jesse De La Pena. That's Mr. Jimmy Munoz and Zeech.
That was just a profile picture. That's not my new wave picture, mind you. There we go. There we go. That's what I was. I look like a gangbanger, but I wasn't actually. I was just had some. What's that?
That's the what you be about.
Oh, right. I had to.
What's that? What's that you playing?
Right. That jacket, I think it was a thrift. It was way oversized, and I just
with the slides. We got a bunch of them.
Right.
Go to the next one. So this is one of the prologue flyers. Early days, Andy Kadelka used to draw all our flyers. We used to get them done at Pronto Printing. This is the full crew right here. All of us are on the flyer. This is 1988. And this was at Malo's, which we renamed Prologue. Marcus from Earthquake Sound got us in there. He was our manager at the time. This is when it was the division, not new division. New division when we were new. This is Andy's idea. He's like, we should be the division now. All right, let's move on. So this is a more.
Oh my God.
This is a really good one, and this is an example of the hall parties, the dances and stuff, where house music and new wave were part of the same thing. You know, London Up, Undercover, Loop Records. These are all the places you pick up flyers or tickets for. You know, Mario Nieves. See the house people, and on this side, can't forget Radical Jess Mendoza, Poet Entertainment, Rich DeVizio, Jimmy Williams. Okay, let's move on.
How many people were on that flyer? Oh my God.
That's the other thing. That's when we were all doing like 15, 20-minute sets. And that
Yeah, it was like 20, exactly. It was like 20-minute sets.
And you know what? You can keep these going. You can just keep them moving
Yeah.
until you get to some of the photos. So just keep a nice steady flow.
Yes,
So these
good old
are
Caesar's in.
flyers, so I don't have a lot to add about the experiences. Raul Monreal, wow. So and Pee Wee, respect to Pee Wee, Jaime Soto. This is 89. You know, I kind of entered the DJ game, you know, the late 80s when I started, 87, 88 is when I started getting on flyers and stuff. You can keep it going with the flyer, just keep them moving forward. But we got a lot of them. We won't spend too much time on this. Morgan Hall, wow, Southside. Yeah, so these are all the flyers that Pablo gave us and stuff. And I see John Serrato, Miguel Martin. That's DJ Transit, pre-DJ Transit.
Yeah, that was when I used to go by my actual name, and then it went from Transit
Larry
then to.
Mondragon's on here. Larry Mondragon.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep them going. Next.
Oh, Lord.
Look at Bart.
I never even knew there was any parties at the Prologue after we left. The whole time we came up with the idea, we were done with it, and then like about a year or two ago, I was like, holy cow, they were actually still doing parties there
Yep.
years after we left using the name Prologue. So I called my wife.
Well, that was a Prolock. They used the Q. I think there may be some, no copyright infringements on you guys.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Anything box? This is one of the events that Pablo did. I'm not sure where this one was.
So it was crazy because this show was in, I think, 89, and my music partner Frank De La Mora with Echo Droids actually performed at this show that I DJ'd at that night as well. I didn't meet him till many years later, but yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, big up to the De La Mora family. Definitely a lot of musical history there. DJ Charlie Chaz B, Eric B, later Phil, Frank, and Handsome Devils and all the spin-offs from that.
And the dance crew battles too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pablo's Apollo 2000. Wow. Kind of right across the street where I went to school for a little while at Latino Youth. The Great Battle of the DJ. This is a pretty major battle that they used to do at Navy Pier, and Pablo and a lot, Lugo Rosado, Pablo Gonzalez, Edward Get Down, Crosby, Xavier Gold. Here's one of Pablo's mixtapes. Yeah, these are like things I never saw at the time. I was already in the 21 and over clubs. I was working at Smart Bar and Shelter and places like that. So a lot of this stuff I'm recently discovering. So it's great that we're having these conversations. We can keep it going.
Wow.
And that was when Pablo was going under Paul Gunn. That was his other
Yep,
alias.
I remember that.
Things were definitely moving into the more techno rave scene. We can talk a little bit about it. This is an awesome battle, and this is one of my events. The battle I did with Joe Arcega from the GQ crew. And we invited Scrappy from Medusa's, Mark Clifton from Wax Trax Records. This was at the Paradise Hall in your old neighborhood, at back of the yards.
48th, right? 48th and Wood, I think it was.
This is on the bottom. Mine is Jimmy. Jimmy is not there.
Is that like the original drawing there?
Original drawing, Andy drew.
Nice.
That's hilarious.
Go to Kinko's and make copies of copies. So that's the flip side of that flyer.
Okay.
I mean, misspelled New Wave. I noticed that later. There's only one W in New Wave.
It's a new wave there.
Real quick, Jess, I don't know if like on the flyer before this one or the other one, on the bottom it said we guarantee 100% new wave.
Yeah, it was a lot guaranteed back then because sometimes the promoter would promise new wave, and then you'd get these people to show up that only came to hear that music. And basically, they would kind of short them and just play like a 20-minute set, and people would be all pissed.
That's hilarious.
We call them the 15-minute Southside sets because that's what it was. It was like.
And them at Club Naked. These are some photos I got off the Club Naked website, the group on Facebook. But this is the dance floor in some areas. This is kind of a random photo. I think a lot of Southside girls from that scene.
Oh, that's Martha.
Nieto?
Martha
So
Nieto, yeah.
Kind of a little bit after Club Naked when they were doing the United Freaks.
There goes Troy.
Part of our scene. Rest in peace, Troy. Big man.
Yeah, man.
We'll keep it going. So these, my friend Griselda, this is some of her photos that she contributed. And that was the great thing about Club Naked is that we were getting people from the far southeast side, from the suburbs, from the far north suburbs. It was a great melting pot when it came to Club Naked. And we started meeting a lot of different people. This is an event they did at Wozniak's on Blue Island, where we were doing some new wave stuff. Big up to Gabriel Rodriguez and some of the no-name guys. This is a flyer that resembles a Club Naked flyer that they hand drew, and Radical Jess and some of the New Division guys.
Nude. You guys were nude.
The Nude Division.
The Nude Division. Ooh.
See with an eye.
Yeah.
This is a logo when we were covering our records back then. We didn't want people to know we were playing.
Oh, yeah.
The record covers, various ones, and I guess Andy created that one for me.
I'm gonna sue all of you guys for this one.
Yeah, these are original artwork, you know. You were pretty creative back then. Andy was. Andy was always the driving force. Pablo posted this one. It's kind of an event they did, Alcatraz reunion, I think about a year ago.
Pretty cool flyer.
It's pretty cool. It encompasses a lot of the music from that era.
Mm-hmm.
Moving forward into the 90s, you know. This is that prologue. Look, there's a lot of Javi, Fast Boy Javi on the right, Ralph Chino from the Culitos and Imported Taste, my friend Beto, Bobby. This is like one of the like rare photos from Prologue that we found, and there's a few other in there. There's one of really young one of Jimmy. You can keep it moving. Prologue. Is it? Okay. Is that it?
Guess that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to share some of the other photos that we didn't get a chance to share a little later in the event. But let's get back to the questions. I want to make sure we paint a picture of what the scene was like. You know, Miguel, can you kind of paint that photo of for people who weren't there? What were these parties like? Who were attending them, and what were different about these particular events versus the house music parties?
I think for me, like I said, it was, I think, as well as the DJs, but also the people that went to these parties, like I mentioned before, you know, they were just trying to look for something new. You know, these were people that were kind of, you know, I mean, yeah, sure, the house stuff was cool and all that, but they just wanted something new. And they, you know, we knew about what was kind of going on the north side, but either was just too young to go to these clubs out there. So I think it was to try to establish our own scene here on the south side. And I feel like, you know, when these parties first started kicking off, you know, they were, well, I think they were always, that's one thing I always thought was very cool, even nowadays, is that the mixture of genres at these parties. I mean, you'd hear oldies, you'd hear rap, you know, you'd hear new wave and house and everything all mixed together, and people were just down with it. You know, it didn't really, yeah, of course, a 15-minute set sucked, but but at least you got to hear some music.
What I want to talk about a little bit when it back to Club Naked is that as much as the new wave and hardcore and punk stuff was played, you had Adam who was playing deep house and disco. One vivid memory of Adam was later at the second location at the new scene, right by Maxwell Street. and I forget what was playing, but maybe it was like some hardcore. They had a little mosh pit going, and he started out with "The Tide Is High" by Blondie, and it was just such a perfect, transition to kind of change the energy. And I always think of that whenever I see that record or I play that record, I think of that particular moment. So there were a lot of different scenes happening within. Even though I can't speak for everybody, but at that point, I was trying to be like anti-house, anti what everybody else was doing. So the new wave thing was kind of an alternative. And do you remember, guys, you could probably speak to this, when a lot of the alternative bands like Severed Heads or New Order started incorporating more of a house sound into their production. There were remixes, Steve Hurley had started doing some stuff with New Order. Do you remember what this was like? And for me, I wasn't crazy about it. A lot of the people I know were crazy about it. We'll talk a little bit more about that, Miguel.
Well, like you were saying, we were, I guess, like when you were a new waver and, you were kind of like the anti-house, like you said. So anything that when these like artists that you kind of admired started releasing these house remixes, you're like, man, screw that, that I'm not down with that, like this sucks, even though it was probably great. And in hindsight, you're like, wow, these are really great mixes, because now you kind of learn to appreciate more stuff. But back then you were like trying to be the rebel, like anything that had to do with house music, anything that had to do with anything besides, new wave or industrial, you were just like, nah, no matter what, even though it was probably great.
Speaking of rebel, shout out to Julio, the rebel.
Oh yeah.
A lot of DJs moving forward, I definitely want to acknowledge. Anybody else want to touch on that before we move to the next question?
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Can we talk a little bit about when this music started taking off, when more DJs started embracing it, kind of the new wave explosion? I'm thinking maybe early 90s.
I'd say, yeah.
Reedy, can you talk a little bit more about that, when you started hearing more of the sound?
Yeah, I think when I think like when Q101 started really playing more alternative, even like with WCYC when they would play it more like during the 90s, it was just more out there, and I was like, wait a minute, I kind of like, this is like the bridge between freestyle and house music, and I just really got attracted to it.
Jimmy, any thoughts on that?
Well, like I said before, the tracks that really stand out were like from like the Yes, Don't Go and stuff like that. That kind of made the staple of the turn of that type of style of music, and everybody
so
kind of
started hearing more about like other DJs embracing this stuff.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, but obviously it was more of the commercial stuff. Obviously, like, you'd have like Julian Jumper Perez playing like the Bizarre Love Triangle, for instance, like somebody had commented, or that was a question. But, other than that, it was like you had to get that underground mixtape or something like that to really listen to that kind of stuff.
All right. We got a couple questions from the audience. Let's see if we can get to them. Question from the audience. What was the new wave track that always brought the room together? Other than Bizarre Love Triangle, anything other than that? What would you guys say?
Even though I never really played it, I think it was anything from Anything Box always kind of like, because I think as a DJ, and this works for anybody, like your whole goal is to make the girls happy, and then the guys will follow later. So like Anything Box was one of those bands that just kind of all the girls loved. And so whatever song you played from them, it would fill the dance floor. So I think that's one of the hits, even though I never played any of that stuff because it was a little too, I was kind of more on the industrial side. So that was a little bit too synthy for me at the time.
Sal, Reedy?
Yeah, definitely. Sorry.
Go ahead, Reedy. Sorry.
And I was gonna say probably like Blue Monday or Prototype. That's probably like one of the two tracks that I think can kind of like bridge any genre.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I would say Hassan, when that because that intro was like very like it kind of when you heard that intro, it was like everybody knew that that was gonna be the track that it's going to be playing, and that got all the girls dancing, Miguel, and everybody else, because it was a hot track and it had that bounce to it. So that was like the one that they didn't really play on the radio, and if you played it at a party, that was the one to play.
And it was a sexy red record too, right? The red vinyl, the Razor made.
But wait, there was a white one too.
Oh, there was a white one.
Yeah, the rare white one that I used to have and got stolen, of course.
Well, I got the compilation, but I ended up saving the reel where it came in, and then I just put all the rest of them in a bunch of different disco covers, like
the covers,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. Just so I would save the original.
The box, the atrocity
Yeah,
exhibition,
yeah,
is what
yeah,
it was
yeah.
called, yeah.
There's quite a few records that we should probably retire, but I won't mention any other names. But Pigback was also a big record for a while, and that was, Papa's got a brand new Pigback by the English group Pigback, which had this jazzy influence to it. It was really that was a party cut, 144 beats per minute. Harry and producers would end with that record a lot of times, kind of a nice way to send everybody out. We've all, played that particular record. Moving forward, can we talk a little bit about who are at these parties and maybe the connection between the dance groups? Because, I remember seeing a lot of the dance groups from up north hanging out at some of the prologue nights and the naked nights, whether it was Imported Taste or AKA or, Bolitos or whatever. Anybody want to talk a little bit more about that connection with the dance groups?
I know that I know for a fact that, like, I know it was mentioned earlier in one of the earlier panels how most of those dance crews were mostly from the north side, but I know that there were a few, because I used to actually make mixtapes for them for like Euro dancers, and also X-Rated were another ones with Eddie Santiago. So I did, I know that they were not obviously as big and as prominent as the, Culitos or Imported Taste, but they were around. And it was right around that era when I was, the mixes that I was doing for these tapes were of new wave and industrial. Like that's what they were dancing to. So it was definitely not only disco or Italo that, the high energy stuff that was mostly known for that they did. But yeah, I remember doing some of that, like in probably like 89 or 88 around that time.
Maybe you guys can add a little to this as far as maybe perspective, why there was such, or has been, it's kind of built into a really heavy Latin presence in this particular state. I know we talked about, me and Pablo had a conversation, some of it is kind of a trickle down thing where there are people's older brothers and cousins and aunts and uncles were into this music, so they heard it playing around the house, like a lot of people kind of pass it down from Motown to disco. Any idea, because let me just say, places like Exit and stuff were pretty white, and in more recent years, they're pretty brown.
Well, I think it's based off of the promoters, had it been a white promoter, and he had, 20, 30, or 10 friends that would invite their 2 friends, that would make a big difference on the scene, on the party, But as far as I know, it was either, you, Jesse, or Miguel, or somebody doing a different party where it was all just basically Latino based, because that was who were kind of promoting it.
I blame the Smiths and Morrissey. That's not because
with Latin people and Morrissey.
Oh man, it's insane. It's insane. Like I remember I was out, when I used to do the dark wave disco thing, I went to LA to go DJ out there. And my friend Greg Corner, who was the bassist for that band Kill Hannah, he was friends with Matt Walker, who was Morrissey's drummer. And so we ended up getting VIP for the Palladium for like these 10-show stint that he was doing. And when I went there, it's like, man, am I still in the United States? Because it was like literally all Latinx Hispanic people at this thing. It was insane. But yeah, I mean, I think that's why I said I blame Morrissey for like the whole new wave thing going.
Really?
I'm not. No comment on this one.
Let's talk about the next. We're gonna have to wrap up soon. We got a little under 10 minutes, but I think we should talk a little bit about the next generation of DJs that kind of came after us, and we should talk about where things changed and it went more rave and rock en español. I think we should at least kind of try to knock those two out before we kind of start wrapping things up completely. So who are the next generation DJs, Miguel, when it started kind of getting a little more popular? And who was that next generation?
I'm thinking, it's kind of hard, but I'm thinking like Frankie V, like Rick Guerrero, who else? Like drawing a blank on this, but like,
obviously in the first generation, there were people like Radical Jess,
yeah,
George from Cqqchifruit, Mike Dynamite, Michelle, the Alcantara brother, Oscar, and John, which is I think the older brother. And then you had people like Rodrigo and Nino and stuff that were kind of, that was a little bit of, that wasn't maybe solely their sound, but there was a point where this music was kind of bridging with the rave stuff.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that? What about you, Greedy? Because you're part of that newer generation, I think, after this.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably DJ Doodad. That's another guy that was pretty big. That was mixing like during the daytimes with us, doing a lot of alternative mixtapes. But another guy, Submerge. He was doing a lot of alternative and then sort of just drifted off into techno, and now he's a big techno producer.
Jimmy, anything you want to add?
Man, I'm not really familiar with the new guys that are DJing their stuff now, but big ups to whoever's doing it because
Yeah, DJ Mode was another one that was kind of doing it up as well.
Was he a Southsider or Northsider?
Southsider, yeah. Yep.
Obviously, Yayo was kind of involved in that
Yeah.
too. In the 90s.
I always remember them more so by the venues, you know what I mean? So like they were doing like the parties like at Tanya's Convent, even later on, like places like Vinyl, that Leon Dennis was doing. So that's kind of how I see that generation, because they were still keeping that new wave thing alive, like even going into the mid 90s.
And then the generation after that, and maybe they were around before, but I wasn't aware of them playing the music, was guys like Diamond Boy Vito, Philip Delamora, Eddie Riot. Maybe they were out there. I just became aware of them playing that sound in more recent years. But, I mean, probably
they've been around. Yeah, they've been around for a long time. But yeah, I think like they more blew up kind of like in the, 93, 94, 95, like that era is when they're kind of their time came. But they were there. I mean, yeah, they were definitely playing.
In the game, but I think that we have to differentiate from the people who solely label themselves new wave or alternative DJs versus incorporating some of this music into their programs, like the guys on the radio were doing and stuff too.
Yeah.
So I just have to make that distinction.
Sure.
I mean, respect everybody who's playing it, but for this particular panel, I want to make sure we focus on the people who are solely doing this music. I think it's so important that we continue to have these conversations. There's no way you're going to fit in the entire, story in, 75 minutes. So hopefully this starts things, we get that dialogue going. And, as we get older, there's more bridges being made. I think back then there was a lot of competition. Some of it was manufactured by the promoters, like even at battle, probably nothing even jumped off, but it was somebody calling me like, dude is talking shit. And, he says you can't mix or whatever. It's like, they were like, all right, let's do it, So it's funny now to go back and people that, hated on me or were not fans of me, I meet now and stuff. And it's just funny because there were all these little competitions, which is funny now that I learn about them that some I didn't even know that existed. It's important to have these conversations. Why do you think our story needs to be told and we have to continue to archive and do this? I'll pose that question to Greedy and let's go around. Why is this important, Greedy?
Definitely, you gotta pay respect to the people, the pioneers, and definitely because without them, you know, we would not be where we are today. So it's just definitely just being able to respect our roots, no?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that that sound kind of created Chicago, you know, I mean, as far as starting from the BMX and all the house DJs, you know, they kind of dipped and dabbled into it. And to this day, everybody's either sampling, taking a kick drum from all those records. So it's not going to die. I mean, it's going to hear it. I mean, all of us experience that. We're listening to a record and you're just like, oh, hey, you know, I know that sample. You know, it's from that new wave track or whatever it is. But I think it's important that, you know, that we acknowledge where it all started from and, you know, and where it's going, you know, and I think that it's still a very unique sound and everybody's still going to, once they hear it, they're still going to, you know, be able to move and enjoy the music.
Miguel, anything you want to add to that?
Just to say that, you know, that those bands in just that era laid the groundwork for the bands that are out now, because there are so many great bands out now that are, you know, heavily influenced in the synth pop sound, you know, and like kind of more like the minimal wave, cold wave, and even industrial. Like there's phenomenal bands out there right now that are doing it up that, I mean, even to say like better than before. So, you know, and you know that they played influence on where all this music came from back in the 80s and 90s. So, you know, it's alive and well, definitely.
Very, very true. There's a lot of stuff that I had in my notes. We're probably just not going to have a conversation, even moving into the rock and Espanol thing. Let's save that for another conversation. I definitely want to give it up to Medusa. You know, the early DJs, Dave Medusa, rest in peace. He definitely brought a lot of people together, and it was a trickle down thing. A lot of people were influenced and loved this music and had no idea where it even kind of started. So much love to all the early people who kind of started this stuff and made that possible. Much love to Joe Shanahan at the Metro Smart Bar, back then Cabaret Metro, who gave me my start in the 21 and over clubs. That was an amazing time. Shout out to all the clubs that played this music, your Avalon, Club 950, Neo, all of those. I know, you know, Octagon, there's a bunch of places that I'm going to forget. Gramophone Records, where we bought a lot of these records along with Wax Tracks. There are other, you know, sometimes if you're on the South Side, maybe it was Hot Jam. But much love to all the record stores that kind of nurtured the sound. And a lot of the Southside clubs, we can't forget. Obviously, we talked about Club Naked, the New Scene, Malos, which was Prologue, Taurus Lounge, and one that we didn't talk about much with my crew, Andy and Rich, the part of the New Division, did a place called Since the Accident. It lasted a very short time. It was an underground club, and legally it just didn't happen. City came in and shut it down. I think there was only one party.
It was also Tracks on 63rd.
Oh yeah, Bill Schmelke was the DJ there.
Yeah.
So that was another thing we have to add to the list that helped kind of prolong and kind of build the scene. It was our answer. Like Club Naked, Prologue, Tracks, that was our answer to the North Side, Medusa, Metro and stuff. That was our thing that we felt to ownership in. We didn't get a chance to talk about radio, and I think, you know, Pablo played a lot of this music on his radio show on CYC. WLUW was very instrumental in doing live broadcasts at Medusa and Limelight and stuff too, so much love to them. That's a whole other thing. We didn't get a chance to talk about 120 Minutes. That was a major influence. That show in general was like, you know, from the 80s into the 90s, that was such a big influence for me. I discovered it late. My friend Andy and them were all up on that one. So I was late to the party on that, but it's such a major influence in the alternative sound and encompasses all of this. Trying to think if there's anything else. Let me just say, or go around and ask you guys, how has this sound or this scene personally influenced you? Miguel.
Well, I mean, even to this day, if you listen to my sets, I mean, it's mostly influenced. I mean, you can tell the influence of the music that I'm playing. You know, now that I'm doing these live stream sets on Twitch, like, you know, you listen to the music, you know, okay, this is very heavily influenced on what I used to play back in the 90s. So, I mean, and then even with the music that I make with Echo Droids, again, it's you know, heavily influenced from Depeche Mode and Human League and all that. So it'll never leave, it'll never leave me as far as like that goes. It's kind of permanently imprinted in my brain.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Jimmy?
Well, I think that the sound is, like I said, I'll hear it in a song or a track that I really like, and I'll purchase it and try to put it in my mix. And I try to look for that, that sound that kind of brings me back to that, Club Naked, or that makes me feel like I'm back there again, And if I play that track that's that I purchased that kind of sounds like that today, then I can probably have somebody else have the same experience, So that's what I try to do. I try to purchase music that that kind of takes people back, but yet pushes them forward to listen to new stuff, So that's how I I do it.
And Greedy, how has this music or scene influenced you?
Same thing, being a waiver, I guess everyone can agree that it's a lifestyle, right? From the sideburns to the music, purchasing to making the music. It's just, it's just a lifestyle. So I gotta, just pick a little bit about what everybody said. I gotta agree. I'm, whether I'm here with my beat machine on machine making a homemade beat for myself that I've never exposed, but definitely being influenced, by the heavy, 808s, or the synth sound, per se.
Very well. Before we get out of here, I got a couple more things. I want to say rest in peace to Mark Stevens, who was an amazing DJ at Medusa's, Smart Bar, Bobby Shea, Tommy, Frankie Knuckles. I mean, you think about some of the early stuff with Jamie Principle. Louie Gomez was talking about, those are new wave sounding records. I mean, they did, classify them as house music. You think about some of the early Ministry stuff, those were pretty funky. Their bass line, that stuff was definitely, much love to those guys. Want to acknowledge Joe Shanahan, like I said, Dave Shelton, Dave Medusa. There's so many different conversations that this can kind of spear off into, and I urge everybody to dig a little deeper. I'll do my best to try to tell these stories, and follow us on Vocalo, follow Honey Pot Performances. The whole thing. I urge you to make a donation if you can to continue these type of projects. That's very important. So look, there'll be more information that Mado will share with us for Chicago's Black Social Culture Map Series. Before we get out of here, let me think. There's a couple more things I want to shout out. Some of my early contributors and people who helped me. The guys from Midnight Fantasy Production. My very first party I spun at was at the Blessed Agnes on 26th and Central Park. They took a chance on me and let me spin this alternative new wave stuff at a place where not anybody was really doing it. I want to send a shout out to my crew, including Jimmy, the New Division, later the Division, Rich DeVizio, Andy Kudelka, who was one of the major forces behind the creativity, with the look of it and musically influencing me not to take the easy route and push me harder, when it came to music, not to play all the same old stuff. And Rich DeVizio in the music that he brought back from Medusa's, talking to Terry Bristow and the guys at Wax Tracks, Joseph Watt. So all of that kind of plays a major part in why some of this stuff moved forward. And I want to continue to kind of keep telling this story. I really had a good time reliving some of the memories and learning some new stuff from our conversation and the conversation earlier. So hopefully we can continue to do more stuff like this. Please make a donation and help, further these endeavors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to thank Jesse and the guests here, DJ Greedy, Miguel, Jimmy, for being here today. And yeah, it's amazing. The more we dig into this history, all the strands that are, part of it, and the complexities of all those stories. And we want to do our part to help start to unravel that and bring that stuff to, make it visible, and see where those intersections are, right? So thank you again. Please keep these conversations going. And we will be, we have switched the platform that we have the online map on. So we will be premiering that to the world at either at the end of the year or early 2021. Things like this conversation, we'll be going back and transcribing and pulling information to put back on the map. So, you know, we hope you will look out for that. Look out for our programs in November and December. And, you know, yeah, donate, because this is how we pay the artists and the panelists for their knowledge and their stories. And yeah, I want to thank everybody again. Have a great afternoon. You will be able to immediately after this, we'll have the streaming link available, and we will be updating our online archive page on the Honey Pot Performances site. So you can see this and other prior programs there as well. So
wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.